Oh boy. Okay, there we go. All right. All right. Well, uh, hello, everybody. JR here, back again uh, with our continuation of my Life is Strange tier list here. So, uh, last time got we went through episode 4. So episode 4 wound up being episode 4 Dark Room wound up being joining episode 3 Chaos Theory at the top here. Um, Also, a lot of stuff happened in episode 4, so that took a little bit of time to to get through. Um, but in any case, we got the soundtracks were at least done because this was where those landed, and we're gonna be finally closing out uh, the final episode for the original Life is Strange. So that's good. Um, so coming off of episode four's cliffhanger, like really shocking and amazing cliffhanger, is um, where Jefferson turns out to be um, also with Nathan in the whole uh, kidnapping kidnapping girls and excuse me, and taking pictures of them thing that they're doing with the whole dark room and all that stuff. So so we so we did so uh so we found him out. Well, not found him out. He pretty much came to us because now he when he lured us to the junkyard, um, because using Nathan's phone, he texts Jefferson texts Max to say that he's gonna go get rid of Rachel's body. So so that obviously prompted Max and Chloe to want to book it to the junkyard to prevent Rachel's body from getting disposed of. Because, you know, now since somebody found it, you know, that could lead to evidence and substantial investigation and stuff. And obviously, Jefferson doesn't want to be found out of, you know, the stuff that he's doing. So, once we got to the junkyard, we got there ahead of him. So Rachel's body was still there. But while Chloe is checking out the body, making sure everything's still there, Max gets a needle in her neck from. At the time, we didn't know who it was, but by the end of the scene, it turns out to be Jefferson. But he needled Max. Max couldn't tried using her powers, but they're not working because she's under the influence of a drug right now. So, a little tidbit that the powers don't work correctly when you're under the influence of something. So, that's a nice little tidbit to know, little observation there. And then Max, as she's slowly getting groggy and passing out, she calls to Chloe. Chloe turns around, and Jefferson immediately shoots her right between the eyes, and pretty much kills Chloe. So now Max is unconscious. Have no idea, you know what. We have an idea of what Jefferson's gonna do to her because we saw the pictures of Kate and Rachel that were taken in the dark room, the secret bunker that we found. So we have an idea of what's gonna happen to Max. But yeah, so we let me see something for a minute here. All right. Ooh, excuse me. So we're heading into the final episode, episode 5, Polarized, which is kind of an understatement too, because this episode is pretty divisive amongst the fan base for various reasons that we're going to get into as we after we see the little trailer here for when the episode came out, coming out, but the little trailer they made for it, and see what the issues are. Alright, so we will begin this right here, and we'll be... And I will talk again after once the trailer is over. So here we go.
Some kind of dream nightmare.
What are you doing in my door?
The more I use my power,
Get that gun away from me, psycho! No!
the more I see how little control I have over what happens.
What kind of friend are you?
I don't think I'll ever know how much destiny I'm changing.
Victoria, listen to me.
And the winner is...
Oh my god!
Rachel in the dark room. Oh my god. Kate wasn't the first. Max. think? I need to change fast to make it right again. I have to go back in time. Time to change time.
I know exactly where I'm going.
So we could get real justice, and nobody is gonna get in my way. I'm with you to the end, Chloe.
Nathan is dangerous.
Where is he?
Warren, do you believe me?
Of course I believe you. You're the most amazing person I've ever met.
I think that the storm started, everything started when I found out I could rewind time. All this destruction is my fault. I can't let that happen. I can still change things. I just wish I could trust my powers.
Okay. Hey. So, oop, there we go. Wrong one. There you go. Now we're on the now we're on the correct list here. All right. So after that little refresher of the climax of the game, uh, so you will notice too that because it's an issue that's going to come out as I'm explaining the uh, what happens in episode 5. But if you can tell in the trailer, there are, if you played episode 5, you could tell that there are some scenes in the trailer that are taken from episode 5, but a majority of the footage that's used in that trailer is there we go. Is montage footage of scenes from the other 4 episodes. So they're being very cheeky and not I'm trying not to tell you a lot of what happens in episode 5, which a lot does happen, but this is the point of the game where Dotnod was running into some budgetary issues. And that's going to become very obvious as I go through the episode, as we recap what happens in episode 5. So, right out the gate, once we begin, Max is in her is, as you saw in the trailer, she's waking up duct taped to a chair in the dark room. So she wakes up, she's duct taped to a chair, and luckily for her, nobody is in the room with her. So Jefferson's not there, Nathan's not there, nobody's there except pretty much almost like except her. If, and this is a big if too, only she's by herself only if you didn't strike up a good understanding with Victoria in the previous episodes. So if you started to like try if you tried to kill Victoria with kindness throughout the your interactions with her over the course of the game, and if you warned her about Nathan during the Vortex Club party and told her to be careful, and she actually, says like, for once I'll do what you ask. If you got Victoria to do all of that, you will actually find, once you gain control of Max and start being able to look around. By look around, I mean like being stuck in a chair and just moving the camera around. Is she will you can look to well, this is technically my left, but if she looks to her left, if you move the camera to her left, like in this direction, you will actually find that Victoria is duct taped and passed out, right next to the chair there, like she's right there. So that's a also a little tidbit there. She's you could try to like try to talk to her, but she's still coming off of the knockout drug that Jefferson used, the needle, when he needled Max in the neck and she started to like pass out. Victoria's still under the influence of that. Like, she's starting to come out of it a little bit, because if you try to talk to her, she's kind of making the, like, even though she's like knocked out, she's making the like moan noises of, like, when you try to wake up someone and they just moan and be like like kind of like that. So she's starting to come out of it a little bit, but not right now. So in any event, Max is trying to figure out, like, okay, I'm in the dark room. If Victoria's there, then she's there. So we need to figure out. I need to figure out a way to get the hell out of here. You start trying to get your try to see if you could rip off the duct tape. Like, if you could, like, power your arms and stuff out of the duct tape and see if you could do anything. Which you can't really, but you're able to free your right leg. So you're able to pop off the duct tape from your right foot so you can move your leg around. And with that, you're able to there's a rolly one of those little rolly stands that have some stuff on it, like some of the drugs and stuff that Jefferson used to, like, knock the girls out and stuff. So you have like a little rolly table for that. That's relatively close to you. So what Max ends up doing is taking her free right leg and extending it as far as she can, and is able to, like, use her foot to move the little cart closer to her, right in front of her. So she's able to move it there, and she's able to see that there are some pictures that Jefferson took on the cart. So you can probably guess what the next step is that you're gonna have to start doing. And that's we take the that there's which picture's first? Oh no, it's the picture that's on the where Max is tied up and stuff, and she's not on the chair. She's on the floor, the white little floor stuff that on the in the photo area of the dark room. So she's on the floor. So Max focuses in on that photo, cause you know she's also trying to figure out like what happened. So so you go into that photo. You don't really do anything. Like this photo is more of like a dialogue type of thing. So you go into the photo, and Jefferson is in the middle of taking his creepy pictures of you and stuff, and going on and on, pretty much doing some of his like villain like his villain monologue speech, where he kind of like review, like, you know, says why he's doing what he's doing and like stuff like that. Within this conversation, he pretty much reveals that he knew that you and Chloe were in the dark room, because he's like, the dark room is under 24-hour surveillance. So he was able to see the footage of you both in the dark room. So he already knew to come up with like a plan to try to lure you in to take care of you afterwards, because he knows for a fact that you know pretty much everything that's going on. So he can't risk you guys being around for too long. Which he already took care of Chloe, because he killed her, he shot her in the head, so and he's also like that from the very beginning he had his eye on Max and Victoria was kind of like a like backup. Like, Victoria wasn't the girl that Jefferson really wanted. He wanted Max pretty much the whole time. Which is why he encouraged, he was like encouraging Max to go into the contest and all that stuff. He was also kind of pretty much using the contest as a way to, like, figure out which girl, because he's specifically targeting women, which girl he would use as he puts it, his next subject. So he really wanted Max, so he expected her to win, but since she tore up her photo and stuff in the beginning of episode 1 in the bathroom, before Nathan and everything happened and the butterfly came in and all that stuff, and she didn't even enter the contest, which he was really bummed out about. It was pretty obvious he was going to find out a way to get Max anyway. So I'm pretty sure he was most likely expecting, because the winner of the contest also got their stuff featured in an art gallery in I believe San Francisco. So Jefferson, since he was the teacher of the class, he would go with the student that wins the contest. So technically they would be spending time together, kind of alone type of thing. So he would have had plenty of opportunities to do whatever, whatever he was gonna do, out of sight, out of mind, because they would be out of Arcadia Bay for a little bit. So, so you could imagine the shit that could have happened with that scenario. But obviously, it's different now because he has to rush his plans because now Max and stuff knows too much. So he has to get what he wants out of her now. Because he blatantly tells her too that he's gonna kill her after he gets all that he wants out of her. So this is kind of a thing. So and he also pretty much confirms that, I text you off of Nathan's phone and all that stuff. And that he's also been doing this whole grabbing, like drugging girls, kidnapping them, and doing this like creepy bondage photo thing. That he's been doing this for a while, which he gives you confirmation of, but you also can figure that out very easily because look at all the red binders with all these names on them. So it's very clear that he's been doing this for a while. Not specifically at Blackwell either, because he just came in as a teacher like recently. I think he's been in Arcadia Bay for like a year, like probably a year, maybe a little more. But he's a recent addition to the school, so he hasn't been capturing all the girls and stuff in those binders in this one town. Because if he was, he most likely would have been found out a long time ago because it's a very small town. So with that amount of people like going missing or having like these similar experiences of like yo, I don't remember like this big chunk of time and everything. So they would have all been found out a lot sooner. He also obviously confirms that Nathan was helping him do all this. Which also explains Nathan getting the drugs. Because when we looked at the Frank's logbook with all the drug deals that he was doing, Jefferson was nowhere in those. Like, Nathan was there in them several times. So, pretty much being the connection that Nathan was the guy that was pretty much like getting the supplies and stuff. But Jefferson was like the unseen mastermind behind the scenes. So, them two were partners. He also, this is also when the game also gets a little meta during Jefferson's, this first part of his, villain speech, is because he blatantly says, to Max that you never really paid too much attention in my class, did you? Because if you did, you would have seen this coming a long time ago. Which is a funny reference, because besides the fact that if you were paying attention to when you talked to him during the later half of the game, if you mentioned certain things, his reactions and stuff seemed a little like suspect, a little suspicious. But specifically, what they're referring to is when Max wakes up in the after having the in the opening of the game, after having the first tornado like tornado vision, tornado dream or whatever. When she wakes up from that very first one at the beginning of the game, the first line that you hear when she wakes up, that Mr. Jefferson says, the first line that Mr. Jefferson says in the game is, I can, like he's referring to like he's giving a lecture about photography, and he says the line that I can I'm kind of paraphrasing a little bit, but that I can paint any one of you, like capture any one of you in a dark in a dark corner, and capture you in the very like moment of desperation and stuff like that. So from the very beginning, the game is kind of immediately like pointing at it, but the way that it's framed and the way that it's set up, because he's kind of flippantly like saying the line almost as a joke and stuff, because he plays it off as a joke right after he says it. So it's kind of it's massive foreshadowing and blatantly like telling you like what the twist was gonna be, but they kind of distract you from it because of how they frame it. So so that's like one of the funniest things. The funniest thing too is that the voice actor for Mr. Jefferson, he had no idea in the beginning that Jefferson was going to be like the revealed to be the main big villain of the game. Like he had no idea that was gonna happen. So in the very beginning of the game, he never played Jefferson in any real suspicious way, or gave any vague ideas of maybe he's suspicious or whatnot, because he never knew that that's where the game was going. But clearly, towards the later episodes, they obviously clued him in that like this is where we're going with it, because then he started like inserting certain a little bit more of suspicious like tones and stuff into the thing that you can kind of like pick up on a little bit. Also, during his whole villain monologue now, because now the mask is completely off, and now he's just acting like his regular depraved self. So he doesn't have to put up a front or an act anymore. And Jefferson's VA is chewing up the scenery and really like being over the top and scummy and whatnot in his in everything he says at this point. Like it gets very uncomfortable and stuff in the tones and stuff and how he says stuff. But in any case, he so he ends up is it this? No, it is. Okay. So he ends up so as he's doing that, Max is slowly getting like waking up a little bit and stuff. She still can't like talk, but she's like, like she's opening her eyes and stuff. She's like moving around. She does mention Chloe's name. Max does mention, when Jefferson mentions, like, you and your partner were, like, so nosy and you couldn't, like, leave things alone. Which, obviously, Max hears and mentions Chloe. And then, Jefferson's like, all right, your partner. And he says, it's too bad that Nathan killed her. So the perception is that obviously he's going to try to pin all this on Nathan. That he's going to set up Nathan to be the fall guy for all of the stuff happening here. Which you can pretty much tell because Nathan is the one that's getting all the drugs. The bunker was funded and made by the Prescott family. Nathan's stuff is in the dark room because, as I said before, when Chloe and Max went into the dark room, one of Nathan's jackets and stuff is on the sofa and stuff like that. So it's very obvious that Jefferson is setting up Nathan to be a fall guy in the event that that stuff goes south for him. And clearly it is, so now he's kind of reaching his end game and being like, okay, I'm going to get what I get out of you, take care of you, and then I'm going to get the fuck out of here, type of thing. So obviously he also used one of Nathan's guns, presumably. Presumably Nathan has more than one. But the point is, because remember, Chloe can, depending on the Warren Nathan beatdown scene in the dorm, Chloe can take the gun or not, depending on what choice you make to let Warren beat the shit out of Nathan or not. So presumably, even if Chloe took the gun, I guess Nathan had another one. Because obviously the implication is that Jefferson used one of Nathan's guns to be the one to shoot Chloe with. So, also, throughout this scene when he's taking pictures and stuff, Jefferson clearly has like gloves and stuff on. So he's handling everything in this room with gloves on. So he is like trying not to leave any sort of fingerprints or evidence that he's around. So he's trying to be extremely careful and stuff. So Max is starting to wake up, so the drug is starting to wear off. So Jefferson's like, okay, I'm not done with you yet. So we're gonna need to give you another dose of the drug to knock you out again. So he pulls the cart over, the same cart that Max is using to look at a photo and go back back in time through the photo. The same cart he pulls over, and Max uses the little bit of strength that she has at the moment to kick the cart, and that makes some of the like vials and stuff, some of the liquid vials that are on the cart, they fall over and they spill onto his some of the photos of Max that he already took in the in a folder. So now the folder's all messed up and he has to take the photos out and stuff, and then obviously he gets really pissed and angry. And then from there he just kind of steps over Max and sticks the needle in her neck again and knocks her out again. And then it's at this point you go back to you come out of the picture and you're in the you're back in the chair, and you're like, oh shit, that like the, you know, like of what you just saw. And it's at this point that when you look at the cart again, there's more pictures spread around, because since you got the folder and stuff wet, the pictures are not hidden; they're out in the open now. So you're able to see another photo that you can go into. Before you do that, you can actually, if Victoria isn't with you, at this point the drug has kind of worn off, and you could kind of, you could like wake her up by obviously like shouting at her to wake up. And then she will wake up, and you can have a little conversation with her. Mainly the main thing to come out of it, besides the fact that Victoria is like freaking out and like crying about like the situation that you both are in right now, you can find out from her how she got in this situation to begin with. And she pretty much says that she was going to, you know, take your advice and stuff, and like lay low and whatnot, and watch out for Nathan. But the big mistake she did was, she went to Mr. Jefferson, and obviously after she told Mr. Jefferson, even though Victoria doesn't know 100% everything that's going on, but the fact that she was suspicious enough pretty much made it so Mr. Jefferson wanted to, you know, drug her too and kidnap her also. Or presumably also to get rid of her. So, so that pretty much explains how Victoria got there. Also, it also technically explains why Jefferson was late in in getting to the junkyard, because pretty much, like, presumably when he made the text to Max, about getting rid of Rachel's body, presumably that's most likely when Victoria came up to him to tell him the thing. And obviously because he needed to get to the junkyard, it made it even more of a thing of like, okay, she probably knows too much, let me drug her and whatnot. And him probably, you know, trying to get her into his car is why, you know, he took a while to get there, because he was taking care of kidnapping Victoria at the same time. So in any case, he also confirms too that that he took the pictures and stuff with Kate and whatnot. And obviously, since we know Nathan is partners with him, he was the one that brought Kate to the dark room for Jefferson to take the photos and do what he was gonna do. So in any event, you find out that you could find out that stuff from Victoria. If Victoria's with you, you can calm her down, pretty much being like, you know, I'm coming up with a plan. I'm gonna figure out a way to get us both out of here. Victoria will pretty much calm down and be like, okay, like, I'll pretty much like follow your lead type of thing. And then you will find another photo, one of the other photos that's on the table, is a picture of Max sitting in the chair already, like already bound in the chair. But the lighting is like have like red and black lighting in the photo. So I guess he wanted to take pictures in different lighting scenarios, I guess. Fucking sick fuck. But anyway, he he so you do the little photo focus thing again. You go into that photo, and in that photo you're completely like awake and conscious now. So now you have a proper back and forth with Jefferson. So now you could actively find out more information about what's been going on in the town. Is what's been going on with the Kate situation, the Rachel situation, all that stuff. So as far as Kate goes, also this also because one thing that gets misinterpreted about Jefferson is people immediately assume that Jefferson is a killer, that he kills the people that he like kidnaps and does this this sick photo thing that he does. That he does this because of, you know, that he kills people in the end, which if you really think about it is wrong, because he did what he did with Kate and he blatantly let Kate go. Because everything that happened with Kate happened before the game even started. So if he is a cold-blooded killer and he kills the girls after doing all this, then why was Kate like just hanging around for however long after everything happened? So clearly, Jefferson's intention is to do whatever he does, release them back, because obviously if people go missing, it's gonna lead to like people like digging around and trying to find out stuff. So he like kidnaps them temporarily just to get to what he wants, and then he like lets them go. Which is why Kate said that that she remembers waking up in her dorm afterwards, after the party that she got wasted in, and then Nathan taking her, you know, out of the party. So that's why she woke up there, because it's very clear that it's like, okay, we take them, we drop them off somewhere, and we obviously are heavily like drugging these people, so that way their memory of that time frame is pretty much shot, so that way they can't even recall anything that happens. But clearly, you know, the fact that Max and stuff has been investigating things clearly is jogging Kate's like memory stuff. But in response, Jefferson pretty much tells Max that, like, you know what, maybe when I'm done with you, I'll probably go back to Kate and give her another like session, like pretty much threatening that like maybe I'll just kill Kate afterwards. Because it's very clear that the only reason Jefferson is planning on killing Max, killing Victoria, killing, threatening to kill Kate, after a second session, is because he's desperately trying to make sure he doesn't get caught. Because so far, everything has been working out for him just fine. So now that people are getting closer and there's actively people finding out what's really going on, now he needs to go into the next step and actually start killing people to make sure he doesn't get found out. So but yeah, so he so at this point also you because he also says that he also came from that he was in school in Seattle, because when he's talking shit about like killing Chloe, he says that like I have no interest in Chloe because I already had enough of those type of those punk type of girls when I was in Seattle. So he's like, I already had enough of my fill, so we ain't doing again. But yeah, so he gets rid of that. And then he, you can ask him about Rachel, and in this instance, he pretty much says that what happened with Rachel was pretty much an accident. That Nathan was trying to copy what Jefferson does to these girls, and he wasn't doing it correctly, and he ended up giving Rachel an overdose of the drug. And that's ultimately what ended up killing Rachel, was Nathan giving her an overdose by accident. And that's why, obviously, he knew that, he also says that after that, he knew that he couldn't keep Nathan around for too long. So it makes it even more obvious as even more motivation for him to make sure to set Nathan up as the fall guy. Because Nathan is where things started going wrong for him. Because Nathan's carelessness is what starts the domino effect of clearly people trying to, figure out what's going on and things like that. Which at this point wasn't that big of an issue, but with Max and Chloe, like doing serious investigation and stuff like that, like it made it even worse for him. So in any case, he confirms that. He also says that Rachel was in love with him or something. So he potentially is kind of confirming that during these sessions that there may have been sexual aspect to these kidnappings and stuff like that. So maybe that's the closest we get, but there's no. But he doesn't directly confirm anything. He's just saying that like oh no, she wanted to be posed around and stuff like that and things like that. Cause he knew that Rachel wanted to go to that she wanted to be a model and go to California and stuff to be a model, which Jefferson sarcastically references by saying Rachel dying is no big deal. Even if she went to California, the Los Angeles would kill her anyway and things like that. So you know, being smug villain guy. So after doing all that, you have to come up with a way. So now you have to come up with a way to get out of the dark room. Still within this photo. Because all this is gonna do is once this time frame ends, you're just gonna go back you're still gonna be stuck in the chair with Victoria and nowhere to go. Because during this whole thing in the present, Jefferson is still not there. Like, nobody's there. So you're alone with Victoria this whole time in the present. So you know, as soon as Jefferson comes back, you're pretty much fucked. So you have to come out with a way to, like, change the timeline to get yourself out of this. So what you end up doing is coaxing Jefferson into showing you the photos you took. To showing you the pictures that you took. So what that ends up doing is you end up getting getting the photo that gets cuz he throws like your stuff on the floor, and the photo that ends up falling out is the selfie photo that you took at the beginning of the game. Because if you remember at the beginning of if you remember at the beginning of the game, when Max is trying to at the beginning of the game, Max just takes like a selfie photo with her camera. I guess just all willy-nilly, like she just does it at the beginning, like just because. But yeah, so that photo that she takes is the photo that gets thrown on the floor, that falls out onto the floor. It's really crazy too, because it's pretty much, because she's already inside a photo to begin with. So now you're within a photo, and you're about to go within another photo within the photo that you're already in. So now you're just going in layers now. Now you're just going deeper, which is crazy. So now you wake up in the classroom at the very beginning of the game. the same lines and dialogue is happening. So now Max is like, okay, I need to figure out how to get Jefferson caught. Because I already know everything that's happening, where everything's at, where's Rachel at, where the dark room is. I know all of that now. So what she pretty much does is she makes a gamble. Like, she just throws a shot at the dark of texting David, because David's number, since he has a security, his number is listed on the pamphlets and stuff for Blackwell Academy, like as contacts and stuff within it. So Max pretty much pulls that out, gets his number from there, and then ends up texting him some information on like knowing Rachel's disappearance, where her body is, like all that stuff. So she ends up doing that, texting it, pretty much hoping that, like, you know, David takes it seriously and like does something. And then she ends up getting up. You could actually talk to Kate and kind of give Kate some like massive encouragement and stuff, pretty much. And then you can go to Jefferson and give him the photo that you ripped up in the bathroom. You can actually give it to him. You give it to him now. Cause now she's like, Max is acting pretty badass here because she knows what he's up to and what he does. But she doesn't tell him that, but she acts like from Jefferson's perspective, she's acting like an asshole. Like, she's kind of like snively, like throwing like daggers at him. Like, from how she's looking at him, from her like body language, and from the tone of voice as she's talking to him, like, it's kind of like it's sending the signal of like, I know things about you. And even Jefferson is kind of confused because he kind of doesn't know what she's talking about. But because Max is just being very vague. Like, being very vague and smug about stuff. And pretty much being like when she hands in the photo, she's like along the lines of maybe we'll both get what we deserve out of this. Which to her would mean Max winning the competition and Jefferson being arrested. So after you get the photo, you hand in the photo, have your little conversation with Jefferson. The timeline starts to you get the timeline resetting montage again, where the timeline is correcting itself to the changes you just made. Like, you're getting that again, which you get a lot of, because you even got those timeline adjusting moments too. Very small versions of it though. When you were going in and out of the photos in the dark room when you're duct taped to the chair. So this one you get like a longer version of it, because now that one change of, well, several changes of you actually handing in the competition photo and exposing Jefferson for what he's doing. Technically Jefferson and Nathan, because both of them are you know, the culprits in all this. So you end up giving him that, uh, the timeline's adjusting. Um, one of the new pictures of some of the new events that have happened because of the changes you made is a picture of Nathan getting arrested. Nathan and Mr. Jefferson getting arrested in school. So you see a picture of both of them in handcuffs being escorted by police officers down the hallway of Blackwell. So you see a picture of that. Um, with Max like to the side and Kate like next to her to the side too. So so you see like people watching as they're getting like escorted to jail. Um, you get um, you also get to see a picture of Nathan being like being in an interrogation room in handcuffs and stuff. So obviously Nathan is pretty much spilling the beans on everything that him and Jefferson did. Uh, um, you get a lot of like happy, fun moments with Max and Chloe, because now they get a lot more free time to spend together because now they already exposed everything, so everything's pretty much like fine. So you get like a little moments of them like of her and Chloe chilling in Max's dorm and like stuff like that. Like you get like a couple of moments there, and then the montage ends off with Max winning the competition. Winning the competition and uh, and and them going to and Max going to San Francisco. Like a picture of her getting on a flight to San Francisco. So in that case, um, she ends up. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to remember some of the events because this episode can get confusing as you see because there's a lot of going inside photos and a lot of messing with time and like resetting and changing things a lot in this episode. So it could get kind of confusing on certain uh, events play out. So so she go so when she wakes up after the timeline like catches up to where the present day is. Oh, excuse me. She wakes up in a plane, already in a plane, and she's with Principal Wells. So since Jefferson was supposed to be, you know, the one that goes with San Francisco, that goes with the winning student to San Francisco, Principal Wells has to fill that in because obviously Jefferson is arrested and everything now. Um, so so sh- so she wakes up. She's on the flight. You could just you can't get up or anything. Like you're still sitting in your chair the whole time. But you can like look around. You could see like there's a newspaper article about Jefferson's arrest and all that stuff with Nathan and being arrested too and all that stuff. You could talk to the principal and the principal kind of like references like how crazy of a week it's been. Because that's another thing to take note of, is that the entire events of the original Life is Strange game take place over the course of a week. Like pretty much like a week goes by from beginning to end of the game. So yeah. So they're on the flight, they just catch up. Also a funny little Easter egg in this on the plane is when you're moving the camera around and you could see some of the other passengers. One of the passengers is actually modeled after Michelle Coe, who is one of the directors of the original Life is Strange game. So it's actually kind of funny that they snuck in one of them. One of them has a cameo within the game. That's actually funny. But yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, so the scene in the plane ends. It jumps to the next section, which is you at the art gallery now. So now you're at the art gallery to see your work on display and everything and whatnot. They also blew up the picture, cause it's a small little Polaroid picture that Max took and gave to to win the contest, but they blew it up to this big freaking poster piece or something. It's huge. It takes up a big chunk of a wall. They really made it huge. but in any case, you could explore the art gallery, go around and whatnot and and stuff. And you go so you go into the so you go to where your display is of the gigantic copy of your photo. You go to that, and you're pretty much in awe of I can't believe this is happening, this is amazing type of thing. And as you're looking at the photo, Max starts to get a headache, starts to get another headache, and she starts seeing another vision of the tornado. And she hears Chloe yelling her name. And that's when Max is like, Chloe, oh shit. And that's when she goes downstairs to the downstairs area of the galaxy, because now she's gonna go call Chloe to make sure everything's all right. But when she goes to make the phone call, she's like, shit, you left your phone on vibrate, because she also sees that she has a bunch of missed calls from Chloe. So she calls Chloe back. Chloe answers, and Chloe is hysterical. She's like, holy shit, Max, the storm you were having visions of, it's real. It's here. It's coming towards the town and everything, right now. And then and she's having a hard time hearing her, because you could hear the storm, the wind and everything, the rain, the thunder and whatnot. You could hear all that in the background. So it's hard for for Chloe to hear Max. But Chloe says that she's on the beach. I believe she's trying to get to the lighthouse. But right after she says all that, and Max is trying to talk to her, the phone cuts out. So we don't know for sure. Did Chloe die? Did she get like sucked up into a tornado, or did something fall on her, or anything like that? But either way, the phone cuts off, and we have no idea what's going on. So in that event, obviously Max is like, "Holy fuck, I can't do anything because I'm all the way in fucking San Francisco. What the fuck am I gonna do now?" So she decides to go back to her big copy of the photo, and she ends up focusing in on the photo and going to try to go back to the moment that she took that photo, which is pretty much like before the beginning of the game even happens. Because by the beginning of the game, she already took the photo, and we already have the photo. So this is going back even farther. So she goes into the photo. Now, as you can tell, we're doing a lot of time manipulation in very quick succession. So at this point, when she goes into this photo, when she appears back in this at this point in time, her nose is bleeding again, and the environment around her looks like it's being burnt away and tearing apart. So now things are starting to become like unstable because she's using her powers to this extreme, like way too fast. But she is able to, because she's like, okay, like she notices that this shit looks like fucked up, like stuff is not is starting to go bad. So she's like, I don't need to go anywhere. I just need to take this photo and like get rid of it. So what she ends up doing is she takes the photo and she rips it here. She rips it here at this moment instead of doing it later in the bathroom. So she rips it up here. Certain events, which is the only change that she can do because she can't really leave the area at all, because since everything's being torn apart, it's kind of restricting her to this tiny little area. So after she rips the photo, time starts doing its thing and starts changing again to reset itself for what Max did. Which unfortunately for her, clearly she's not thinking too much, because what obviously ends up changing is Jefferson and Nathan don't get arrested. So by the time everything changes over, Max wakes up in the dark room again, except this time with Jefferson with her. Also, one small thing I forgot to mention in the earlier section when Max is talking to Jefferson with the red and black lighting you can actually see. It's hard to see, but you can actually see a unconscious, tied, duct taped up Victoria sitting on the couch behind Jefferson. Like you could see her, but since the lighting is like dark and stuff, and it's like black and red, it's kind of hard to see that Victoria's back there. But you can see her there. But back to this section. Now that you've done all that, you made sure you weren't you didn't win the contest again and all that stuff. You're back in the dark room, but this time with alone with Jefferson, and you're back in the chair and stuff again. So you're in the chair. So 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 he's like, so you're trying to get, kind of waking up, trying to get your awareness of your surroundings again, and then Jefferson is like, "Are you what's going on?" He also notices that your like nose is bleeding, and he's probably like, "Huh." He was like, "I don't know, maybe I gave you like too strong of a dose or whatnot." But he's and then he sarcastically is like, sorry about that." But he's like, then again, since you're going to die anyway, it's not really much of a problem now, is it? If Victoria was in the room with you, you could actually mention Victoria, because you could actually look over and see that Victoria is not next to you anymore. Like, she's not in the room. And she can, and Jefferson, can notice, and Jefferson can pretty much be like, "Oh, you mean you're looking for Victoria. I had to let her, I believe he says I had to let her go." But in terms of let her go, I assume he means that he may mean that he just probably let her go like he did with Kate. Or it could mean that he killed her. But then again, considering certain Easter egg information that you get in Life is Strange 2, and certain things that happen in the comic books, it's more likely that he just let her go. That he probably just, that in this timeline, he probably just, like, drugged her and just, like, decided to let her go, I guess. But yeah. She goes, so Jefferson is just, being his, like, uber evil self and whatnot. And then she winds up, you also wind up finding out that within this, this new timeline that you made, that Jefferson wound up burning all your photos and stuff. So Max has no photos that she could use now. Like none of her stuff. Like they all got burned. So now she's like she has to figure everything out now, because there's no alternate way that she could do anything. So it's also assumed that Max may have been able to to get some information, like to tip off David or something, because David ends up finding out where the dark room is, and he ends up coming in to like save like Max. I'm not 100% sure as to how he found out where she is, but because if it's like how the other timeline happened, then it's like, if that's the case, then why didn't Jefferson and Nathan still get arrested? You know what I mean? So there's a very weird like plot hole there. But in any case, David shows up. Initially Jefferson is able to like knock him out and like stuff like that. So now at this point as Max, you need to like figure out a way to use like your powers and try to make sure that David is able to beat Jefferson in this fight that they have in front of you. So you have to figure out a way for David to win. Which if you don't, like, there's several ways you could like severely fuck this up. Like Jefferson can smack Max in the face with a tripod. He could get behind Max and threaten to kill her with a needle, like an overdose of drugs. To be clear, David's coming in here with a gun and everything, so David is armed. So yeah, so he does this. So you can figure out a way for David to win. You could still win if David gets a little bit bruised up, but depending on when you make those mistakes, Jefferson can actually get to a gun of his own and actually kill David too. And somehow you can make all the right decisions, and David can do this like flawlessly with your help. But I believe in all the times I've played, I don't think I've figured out the exact sequence of events I need to do to make sure David doesn't get hurt in any way. It's so weird. Like, that is an option that you could get, but I've never really figured out on my own how the hell do I even do that. So all the time in my playthrough, David like comes out of this with like a black eye or something. But yeah, with your help, you're able to David's able to knock out Jefferson, and then knock him out, untie Max from the chair, and then he ties up Jefferson, so that way if he wakes up, he can't go anywhere because he's all tied up. But after he ties up Jefferson, you can have a conversation with David. David actually like comes off more a lot more sympathetic and a lot more vulnerable. Like, he's actually expressing like genuine emotion and stuff now, which makes a lot more sense if you've been like confronting David throughout the game and pointing out like like the stuff wrong that he's doing, and like the overstepping of his bounds and stuff that he's been doing, if you've been pointing that out to him, he gets and when if Joyce kicks him out and all that stuff, he says he's been like he's been in a hotel, like living in a hotel at the moment, and he says he's been like depressed and stuff, and he's been reflecting on the mistakes and stuff that he's made, and like stuff like that, and that he should have been like better, which is like really good for him. And he says like, you know, he like I want to apologize to you. I want to apologize to Joyce. I want to apologize to Chloe and stuff, and try to be a better like be a better father to her and like stuff like that. And it's and he also asks like, where is Chloe, by the way? Like, where is she? Which at this point you could tell him the truth, or you can kind of lie, because throughout this whole sequence of events and the time manipulation that you've been doing, especially at this point during this time, Jefferson still shot Chloe in the head and still killed her. So at this point during this go around, she is still dead. So you can tell him that, or you can make up a lie and say that me and Chloe got separated at some point. Because at this point too, you already know that the storm is outside. Because during this this go around of the session with Jefferson, he even mentions like there is a big storm outside. Like, it is crazy outside. And there's a little bit of like shaking, like the lights in the bunker like shake or whatnot, because of how crazy of a storm is outside. Which also makes it even more amazing that David was able to get to Max anyway through the storm. So David gets so if you don't tell him the truth, then David is just like, okay, that's fine. You get out of here, and I'll like gather some evidence and stuff and whatnot, so we can you know, make sure Jefferson goes to jail for a very long time. Oppositely, if you do tell him the truth that Jefferson killed Chloe, one, David gets initially is in shock and in disbelief. And then he gets very mad. And then he ends up Jefferson is knocked out this whole time still. He ends up yelling at Jefferson, like yelling at him, like cursing at him for like killing his in his words, he actually says like his stepdaughter, like you killed my fucking stepdaughter, you fucking sick son of a bitch. And then he ends up pulling out his gun and shooting Jefferson in the head. Which you don't see him actually shoot him, but you do see the aftermath of a bunch of blood coming out of his skull. But you don't see any detail of like a bullet wound in his head. You just see like blood coming out from under his head. So it's not extremely graphic or anything, but it still gets the point across. So after David does that, he's like, I'm sorry, you know, Max, you had to see that. Uh, and pretty much like shoos her away, like tells her to get out of here. And then David ends up taking a seat in a fetal position in front of Jefferson's like body at this point. So yeah, not the most uh, pleasant of endings for David. Um, also, um, this scene and interaction with David is technically David's last big scene of the game. So either way, whichever direction you choose, I prefer to lie to David because I'm like um even though even though Jefferson deserved most likely to get killed, I mostly prefer him to get to go to excuse me, to go to jail, to go to court for all his crime, for him to see all his crimes laid out and for everyone to see him for what he is. Like, I more prefer that for him than for him to just get like killed while he's knocked out, and for him never to like have to face the consequences type of thing for what he did. Plus, I don't need David to have a death on his hands like that. Like, obviously he's a soldier, he's been in war, so I'm pretty sure he's, you know, most likely like killed other like opposing like soldiers and stuff like that during like war and things. So it's like David has enough like issues. We don't need to give him another one type of thing, especially to that degree. So I usually prefer not to tell him anything. So to not tell him the truth. So in any case, we get all our stuff, whatever stuff we had in the dark room. We get all that. We end up going outside, seeing that the storm and everything happening, like it is like thunder, lightning. It's like raining cats and dogs outside. It's like crazy. So we end up we also end up trying to figure out like how are we going to fix things. So Max ends up remembering that Warren took a photo. Drunk Warren took a photo at the parking lot. Remember when we were in episode 4 when we were going into the Vortex Club party? And we met up with Warren, and Warren met up, ran into us on the way to the party and took a photo with Max. Max remembers that, tries to call Warren, actually gets, luckily is able to get a hold of Warren, and finds out that, for one, Warren is taking shelter with a couple of other people at the Two Whales diner, the diner that Joyce, Chloe's mom, works at. He ends up he's there, And she also asks him, more importantly, if he still has the photo that he took. And he says, yeah, I do have it and whatnot. And pretty much tells him to stay there, stay safe, and Max is gonna go there. Um, Obviously, to use the photo to go into the photo and change, and try to change some stuff. So, oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me again. So what ends up happening is Max ends up she ends up stealing Jefferson's car. So she takes Jefferson's car, uh, drives her way over to the Two Whales Diner. While trying to avoid any roadblocks and everything that's going on because of what the storm is doing, because the storm is like tearing up like stuff. So she's trying to avoid all that while getting to the diner, and her phone tells her that you have a voice message from a missed call. I believe the earlier in the night, because at this time it's like late at night, like really late. So earlier in the night she received a missed call, which obviously she missed the call because she was already drugged and in the dark room at that point. And it winds up that the missed call was from Nathan, because Jefferson also confirms earlier that he already killed Nathan. That by the time Jefferson sent the text from Nathan's phone, that he already got rid of Nathan already. So before Jefferson got to him, Nathan tried to call Max and left her a voicemail, pretty much warning her that pretty much trying to reveal to her that Jefferson is the one that the real mastermind, the one that he's working with, and that he's coming for you. Like trying to warn Max that Jefferson is coming for her. And that he's like really sorry, and that he already knows Jefferson is gonna come for him and pretty much kill him, and he kind of resigns himself to that fate at that point, because I guess for him he's like, I know I can't get away, so since I know I can't get away, I want to at least try to save somebody. And that's what he tried to do with Max, but unfortunately, by the time the message and stuff kind of got to her, it was already too late. So kind of didn't matter. But it's one of those things where they try to give Nathan a little bit of a redemption type of thing. Like, it doesn't entirely work because Nathan didn't really before this show any real genuine sentimentality or anything before this. So this voicemail confession thing kind of comes a little abrupt because there's no like build up to it, so it's a little clunky. But but yeah, so we go to so we get close to the Two Wells diner, but everything is already wrecked. There's cars thrown everywhere, buildings are messed up. The boats have been flung onto the streets and stuff all over the place. So Max has to get out of the car and pretty much walk the rest of the way. So you walk the rest of the way. You get to the diner. You have to do some like environmental puzzles to try to, you know, get in areas that are blocking your path and everything, so you can move on and things like that. So it's not like a straight line. You have to kind of like do a little messing around to try to get past certain things. Like for instance, when you get to the diner, when you actually are in front of the diner, you have to like find a way to get into the diner. But as you're doing that, there's some spilled gasoline that's spilled all the way to where the diner is, and a spark happens, and if you're not paying attention, it will go all the way to where the diner is, and the diner blows up. So you got to make sure you like cut off like where the gasoline is, so that way the fire can't travel that far. So it's like little things like that where you have to do that. And there's several instances where you can like save certain people and stuff while you're making your way to the diner. So once you get into the diner, there's a couple of people, you know, survivors there. The main people that we're concerned about is Warren, obviously. Joyce is there, and if Frank is around, like obviously if you didn't have to kill Frank or anything, Frank is there, along with Pompidou, his dog, if also the dog didn't get hurt or killed at this point. So they're there. You can talk to Joyce, and kind of try to convince her to like give David another chance, because David, like, you could tell her that David kind of saved you and like stuff like that. You could also make sure not to tell her that Chloe's dead. You could also talk to Frank, and you could actually tell Frank, what happened to Rachel, like actually what happened to her, and obviously he's gonna be like really mad and upset and stuff, and pretty much threaten to like kill Nathan and stuff like that, and you could also follow that up with like, well, Nathan's already dead, like Jefferson already killed him, so yeah. So you could do that, which this scene too that's happening is also Warren's last scene, Joyce's last scene, and if Frank's there, it's also Frank's last scene. So now you can finally go to Warren, you know, talk to Warren a little bit. He'll give you the photo and set the photo aside. It's also at this point that you could kind of give Warren a kiss if you wanted to go solidify the romantic route with him. I guess at this point you could do that, but you know, that depends on you. If you don't want to do that, you could either give him nothing, or you could just like give him a hug, like a little yeah, good job, bro hug. I don't know. Like it is like a full arm around you hug, but it's just like it's like a friend hug. But in any case, you look at the you look at the photo, you focus in on the photo, and then you pop into when Warren took the photo. So now you're back in the front of the you're back in front of the where the parking lot section to where the party is. So you're back there. You immediately kind of like what happened when you came back from the Chloe in a wheelchair timeline, where you immediately like ran up to Chloe and kind of hugged her. Kind of a similar thing happens here. So Max completely ignores Warren now, and Warren pretty much just like is like, all right, whatever, and then just kind of like drunkenly wanders off. So now at this point, Max is talking to Chloe and being like, because Max already knows everything that's going on, so now it's like, we don't need to go into the party. Like, if we go into that party, like, some bad stuff is gonna happen and whatnot. So we, so we go to, so we try to convince, so we're gonna try to convince Chloe to not go into the party. So you could try, like, a couple of different things as to make sure she doesn't go. One of the main things you pretty much tell her is your experience in the Chloe in the wheelchair timeline, where you saved William and the consequences and all that stuff that happened. You could pretty much tell her all that, and that kind of calms Chloe down and makes Chloe like way more concerned about you now, and pretty much calms her down and be like, okay, so what's the new plan now? And Max pretty much tells her like, okay, the new plan is we go back to your house. We tell David everything that's happened. Everything that we found out, we tell him everything. And let him, obviously get a hold of the police and everything. Do what he gotta do to bust Nathan and Jefferson, right? To bust them. And obviously, Chloe's a little skeptical. She's like, "Are you sure David's even gonna like believe us?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm sure," because obviously he believed him. He believed her. Believed Max in the other timeline. So she's like, "I'm sure he's gonna believe us." And then she also confirms our theory too about the fact of after like consciousnesses leave and go back to the present time, that version of Max like doesn't have any memories or anything about what happened after, what happened before, or anything like that. Because Max blatantly tells Chloe that when we're done here, I'm not going to remember anything that happened. So you're gonna have to explain to me, what our plan is again and whatnot, and you're gonna have to, make sure it like happens. And Max pretty and Chloe pretty much tells Max, I was like, "Are you sure you're even gonna believe me?" And Max pretty much tells her like, "Of course I'm gonna believe you. Why wouldn't I?" But obviously she says it in a lot more like sweet manner than I just said. But you know, it's a really like nice little moment because Max immediately like grabs Chloe's hands and drags her like away to go, you know, to go to her house. And then after that the timeline starts to reset itself and adjust to the change you just made. And then the pictures change as usual, and so one of the pictures is Chloe and Max talking to David, and then another picture is David in a bulletproof vest with two other police officers busting into the dark room while Jefferson is looking over. I believe he's looking over some stuff on the computer or something. But the point is, he was doing something in the dark room, and we see them bust. We see a picture of them bust in. So clearly, they busted him and arrested him and everything. Which technically, by this logic, this is probably why. Also, from what Jefferson said earlier, he probably did kill Victoria. But since we made this timeline change, he was probably either getting ready to kidnap Victoria, or he already kidnapped Victoria, but we don't see her in the photo. She's probably like unconscious, like in the photo section or whatnot. And David and the cops most likely busted in before he was able to do anything with Victoria. So most likely they saved her in that instance. So because obviously Max didn't get caught, Max didn't do anything, so Jefferson's only option was going to be Victoria for his sick fantasies anyway. So we end up going there. So the picture ends up changing to Max and Chloe on the at the beach. With the storm like in front of them because it's moving towards like the town still. So so at this point, this is where the timeline starts to flow, like catches up to itself. So now Max comes to again with Chloe in the at the beach, which Chloe's immediate response is like, oh, I guess the real Max is back, and asks how was your like time trip, which is funny, because you know they're trying to be more lighthearted with all the craziness going on and the fucking big ass tornado that's in front of them, but yeah, so they catch up a little bit, talk a little bit, Chloe kind of theorizes that maybe the storm is like a manifestation of like Rachel's like anger or vengeance at like the whole town and whatnot and things like that, because Rachel and Chloe had a plan to like leave to up and leave the town together before she went missing. So So clearly that didn't happen because Chloe wound up not leaving on her own because she was more concerned about finding where the fuck Rachel was. But yeah, it's a funny theory that of Chloe's that she points out because a later game actually toys around with that idea but doesn't necessarily confirm it one way or the other. It kind of like goes in the direction of like maybe not, who's to say. But we'll go into more detail of that when we get to it. But anyway, so Chloe said, so Max asks Chloe like, okay, what was the plan that I had? What was the plan that that I told you before I came back? And Chloe pretty much says that you told me that we should go to the lighthouse because it's going to be out of the way of the storm. And she's like, okay, that's where we were going. We were on our way to the lighthouse when you came back. So it's like, okay, so then and then Chloe's like, okay, like we're already getting close to the lighthouse. Let's go. And then right when they're about to keep going to the lighthouse, Max starts getting a headache again, and then passes out, which is not great at all. So she passes out. When she wakes up, she's back in the classroom again, which is kind of creepy. So and this is the section of the game that gets more like creepy, like very almost like horror gamey, supernatural, like psychological type of shit. Because you're in the the classroom. The dialogue from the first episode is playing, like everybody's saying the same thing. And when you move the camera around, you're looking around, and then you could look towards the windows that are on the right side, the windows to the classroom. And for some reason, birds are flying into the window. They're not breaking the window because the glass to the window is apparently extremely like hard. So when they slam into the window, it's like a blood spray. Like they're just pancaking themselves onto the window. And you're seeing a bunch of birds just keep flying, and then all the windows are just covered in blood. And then once they're completely covered, the alarm rings, like the alarm that signals like class is over and stuff like that. That alarm rings, and when it rings, the windows are all clean again. There's no blood all over them, and there's nobody in the classroom except for you. And then it's at this point you get up and you could start walking around. And when you examine certain things, like they're like extremely creepy and unsettling. Like there's a lot of messed up carvings of like stuff to make fun of Kate. If you go to Kate's desk that she was sitting at the beginning of the game, you could see a bunch of fucked up carvings there. There's a class photo that you could see, and if you go to the class photo, you can see that like everybody's eyes are like like have holes poked into everyone's eyes. It's like very creepy and unsettling shit. Which also kind of, which to be fair, it kind of makes me feel like there should be like a Life is Strange horror game at some point. Like where somebody has like a power that kind of leads into like a horror game scenario. Because this section actually shows some fun potential at what like a horror themed version of Life is Strange would kind of be like. But in any case, you go to leave the classroom, right? You go to leave. Instead of leaving through the door, like Jefferson like appears like by the desk behind you and like stops you from leaving and like calls you over. And then you end up talking to him, and then every one of the dialogue options that you're given during this conversation is all like flirty, sexual, like directed dialogue stuff towards Jefferson. So it's like very creepy stuff, and you have to choose these dialogue choices to proceed, and every like creepy dialogue option you tell him, like inner monologue Max is like extremely creeped out and like, how the fuck am I saying any of this? Why am I saying any of this? It's like, this is so weird. And after you do that, then you're able to go outside. Because after you do that conversation with Jefferson, he like disappears. And then you're able to leave the classroom. And in a very crazy moment, you go out. As soon as you go into the classroom, everybody that's in the hallway is in reverse. Like people that are walking in the hallway are all walking backwards. All the dialogue that you overhear is all being played backwards. Like it's crazy. And Max is moving normally. So she's the only one that's moving normally. Everyone else is like in reverse. And then she goes, she does the thing she does in episode 1 where she leans on the wall, puts the headphones in to listen to music. And what was it? Sid Meier's All of You still plays. Like that song still plays, but it's being played in reverse. So while you're listening to the song in reverse, you walk down the hallway. You walk down the hallway, and then you go to you see the spirit deer. So the spirit deer is at the end of the hall, like waiting for you. So you go to the spirit deer, right? When you get closer to it, it runs off and it runs into the bathroom. The same bathroom that Nathan shoots Chloe in and everything, and you take the butterfly photo, the same bathroom. So you go in, the deer goes into the bathroom. You follow it, obviously, into the bathroom, and instead of being inside the bathroom, it instead leads you to the girls' dorm. So it's the area of the girls' dorm with all the rooms and everything. It leads you there instead, which is already even more creepy enough. So then you go, and now this can get extremely annoying. Like this little girls' dorm section can be very annoying. because you have to go to very specific into specific rooms. And if you go into the wrong rooms, you're pretty much in a loop. It keeps looping you back over and over again if you keep getting it wrong. So you have to go into specific rooms. And they don't necessarily give you like the biggest clues. Like one of them you have to find the key, which is kind of easy enough. You find the key, and then whatever room number is on the key, that's the room you have to go into. So you do that one. And then when you go through that door, you're back in the dorm again, but certain things have changed. In one of them, it's you find Kate in front of her room, with with like a photo and candles in front of it, like kind of like she did the suicide thing, but depending on your playthrough, whether she actually did do the suicide or you actually helped her, she'll have different dialogue, like messed up dialogue, stuff with Max. Like for instance, if she didn't kill herself, if you stopped her, she'll actually like angrily berate you for being like why didn't you let me do it? Like you should have let me do it. My life is gonna be even harder now and this and that. Like pretty much guilt tripping you into being like you should have let me die type of thing. And then after that happens, which is also creepy because as she's talking to you, she's like she's like appearing around you. Like she'll appear to the side of you, she'll appear behind you, like very weird. And then once that dialogue is done, she ends up opening the door to her dorm, and it's just like this white like void, and she ends up jumping through the doorway and ends up like it's like a roof she just jumped off of, and she just like falls down, and then the door closes behind her, and then you have to go through the door. You have to go through that door, and it leads to it leads back to the girls' dorm again. But this time again, something changes. That's how you know that you're making progress. That if you go through the door and something changes. You have to do this like I think like 4 times. I think it's like 4 or 5 times or something. You have to do this, but if you're doing it correctly. So when you appear again, you appear in Rachel's clothes, the clothes of Rachel's that Max wore in episode 3. You appear like that, so obviously that means that you have to find Rachel's room, and that's the door that you have to go through. So you go through that, and then you reappear in the dorm again, and this time you're Victoria now. So obviously you have to go to Victoria. So after you do that, you end up being in this weird. Is it here? Oh no, you end up appearing inside this like is it the globe part? No. Is the globe part here? No, I don't think it's here, but this is where kind of events get a little muddled. But either way, you get to the you get to the the section the ins either way you go to you get into this weird like pieced together like section where there's this like lighthouse in the distance, and you have to get to the lighthouse pretty much. So, and as you're going through that, like there it's like a stealth section where you can't get caught, and there's a couple of like apparitions of characters that you have to avoid getting caught by, like Jefferson, obviously, Nathan, Principal Wells, I believe, is one. Warren is another weird one. Whatchamacallit? Frank is another one, I believe. That's like one of the people you have to avoid during this like section. But once you get closer to the lighthouse, you then have to find the bottles again. So you have to find the bottles again. And then once you find them, you have to take a picture of them. It proceeds, and then you end up going to after that section, I believe you get to the lighthouse, and then you end up the camera ends up like zooming out, because you go to like the bench that's next to the lighthouse and sitting down, and then it like zooms out, and then it shows that you're inside a like a snow globe that a little miniature of the lighthouse and bench is in. So you're sitting there, and you're all tiny, and you're looking outside the snow globe, and it's like the past version of when William leaves, and then it's like going all over the place with what like the dialogue and stuff that's going on there, and then it dumps you inside inside the inside the dark room. So you're back in strapped to the chair, and now like apparitions of like characters are like showing up, are like appearing and disappearing in front of you, and they're all like bad mouthing you and like talking shit to you, or giving you like weird what if scenarios. Like there's one where Victoria and Chloe kind of hook up or something. There's one if you, and this is the only consequence where this happens, is if you tried to do a relationship with both Chloe and Warren. In this part, there's an apparition of Warren and Chloe that end up being like, hey, it was like, yeah, like Max tried to play both of us and stuff, and then they end up like hooking up together. So there's like stuff like that. And then wheelchair Chloe winds up appearing in front of you also. And then there's also a really fucked up one where Chloe and Nathan kind of hook up, which is all types of disturbing too. Um, Especially when previously Chloe told you that Nathan tried to drug her and stuff in his room and stuff, but she was able to like get away before he was able to like do anything. So it's like her hooking up with her potential rapist was kind of like odd. But anyway, but you know, it's supposed to be disturbing nightmare stuff, so yeah, that would count as pretty fucked up and disturbing. But in any case, and then the last one is like Chloe by herself, and pretty much like telling Max like you should have never came back, like you just caused more problems and everything, and you should have never been here. Blah 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 blah. And and then from there, you appear in the bathroom of the diner. You appear in the bathroom in the diner, and you have to find. And there's a passcode on the door to get out of the bathroom. So the bathroom door is locked. You have to find a code to get out of the bathroom, which is which seems easy enough. But then when you check the passcode and then you exit checking the passcode, the whole bathroom has numbers all over the walls, the ceiling, all over the place. So now it's like, which number? But then if you're observant enough, it's not really that hard. Like if you look in the mirror, only one number is shown in the mirror. So obviously it's that number. And clearly you have to flip the number around because it's a reflection in the mirror, so you have to adjust accordingly. And then once you do that, you're able to get out to the main diner itself. And then you find all the characters and NPCs pretty much that you've seen, that you've talked to, encountered, or anything throughout the whole game. They're all packed in that diner, and they're all pretty much telling you like, oh, I don't want to die and stuff like that. I don't want to die in a storm, this, that, and the third. And it's all like muffled on top of each other, so everyone is kind of like talking on this at the same time. So it really comes off as like pretty creepy. So that happens, and then you get towards the back of the diner where you and Chloe had went to have breakfast at the diner. You go to that same booth, and you actually find that there's another version of Max sitting in the booth, like waiting for you. So now you end up like talking to this Max, which I believe the fan community call this version of Max like Evil Max, because this version of Max is really mean and like a big asshole because she's constantly like berating like regular Max, like being like you never deserve these powers, you should have never had these, you just use these powers to be selfish just to get what you want and stuff like that. Being like Chloe doesn't care about us, she never cared about us and stuff. Chloe's gonna wind up getting us killed one day and blah 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 blah. Which obviously as Max you can be like, fuck you, I'm not listening to you, you're just trying to fuck with my head and shit. And it's at this point where a manifestation of Chloe comes in, sits across from from Evil Max, and pretty much tells her like don't even try to fuck with Max. We've been through so much shit this week, and we have like our bond is tight and whatnot, and stuff like that. And then from there, Evil Max is kind of just not even listening to her and then fiddling around with a camera. But then what was it? Evil Max kind of freezes, and then the camera pans out, and then it's like a frozen a frozen picture, well, not a picture, more like a statue diorama of Max and Chloe talking in Chloe's pickup truck after she picks her up from the Nathan fight in the parking lot, and they drive off from that scene. So it's that, and then it pans out even more, and then you have normal Max like right next to it, and then you have this winding path that you have to follow, leading to the lighthouse. So now you have to get to the lighthouse again. This time for real though, because this is like the final big section of the game. Because after you get through this, it's pretty much the end part of the game at this point. So you're walking down the path, right? And as you're walking down the path, it's showing you like frozen statue moments of stuff throughout the game. Like there's and the statues are like darkened out, but when you get close to them, like light like shines on them, so that way you can see them. And every time that happens, dialogue gets played from those specific scenes, kind of like echoes of like the past. And considering this is where the game is coming to an end, it's kind of like a meta way of the game like reflecting on events that have happened throughout the game. So one of them is the pool scene when they're in the pool. One of them is when they're in Frank's when they sneak into Frank's mobile home, busting open the door, trying to get into the principal's office with the door. That's one. The diner when they're eating at the diner. Obviously finding Rachel is one. The walking side by side on the train tracks is another one. If you did the dare with Chloe's kiss, of kissing Chloe, then that's another scene that shows up. There's one where they're dancing. Chloe's like dancing on the bed, I believe. That's another one. Wheelchair Chloe is one that they show. I believe that's the last one they show, is Wheelchair Chloe. And then once they get to the top of the and after that one, you see Chloe with Max like have her arm on her, like she's like holding her to the side, like this, carrying her up to where the lighthouse is. So as you're going up, you start hearing like Chloe pretty much being like, "We're almost at the lighthouse, Max. We're almost there." So it's pretty much like visually seeing Max's consciousness getting back into her body type of thing. So once she gets in, both Max and Chloe like fall to the ground as they've just arrived at the lighthouse. So they both kind of fall to the floor, and Max is like, "Chloe, what happened?" And Chloe's like, "Oh, thank God you're back," and stuff like that. So it's like, you're back, you're good, and then now you have to so now Max, they get up and they look at the tornado that's still coming towards the town. The tornado really likes fucking with everyone because it's very slow moving. Like, it's a very slow moving tornado. But well, it's still causing a lot of destruction because the tornado is fucking huge, even though it's moving very slowly. But because at this point it hasn't hit landfall, it's still out in the water still. So technically it's not a tornado. It would be like a water spout at this point. But semantics aside, you Max is pretty much like pretty much blaming herself for the tornado because she reasons that the main reason the tornado is happening is because she fucked around with time so much that's kind of like the consequence of what's happening, is that she like created the tornado and stuff like that. Which, to be clear, this is what she thinks. There is nothing within the game itself, technically, that definitively points a finger at why the tornado is even a thing. There's nothing. There's a lot of things that could be the reason, but there's not really one thing that points to as to why. It being a consequence of her using like her time powers is a more likely is actually a more likely reason if you take future games and comics and stuff into account as what they do with it. So if you take that into account, then most likely, yes, that's why the tornado's a thing. But within the original game itself, it's pretty open to interpretation, really, on how you want to explain it. Because to be fair, there's nothing that Max can know definitively as to why it's happening anyway. Because there's no real evidence that she could find that says one way or the other. But in any case, she finds Chloe is like, fuck all that shit. Like, that's not, like, it doesn't matter like what caused it. Like, we're here right now. You're with me right now. Stuff like that. We're here. And then Chloe comes up with the idea that everything kind of started happening, like, as far as like the supernatural stuff goes, like the weird shit started happening when Max saved me from saved Chloe from getting shot by Nathan in the bathroom. So she's like, um, here, you could use this, and she whoops out the butterfly photo. Because remember, back in episode 1, Chloe took the butterfly photo as a gift in response to Chloe giving Max her dad William's camera. So she's been holding that photo the whole time since. Because you could actually find that in episode 3 when you did when you got back to Chloe's house after the pool scene, you could actually look when you're able to look around for some clothes. You could actually look into Chloe's jacket, and you could actually find that Chloe is like keeping the photo in like her jacket like pocket. So which is really sweet that she's still carrying it around since. So she hands Max the photo, and Chloe tells her, you could use this photo to go back to this moment and pretty much like let me get shot. So, which Max initially is like, no, you can't be serious and all that stuff. And and Chloe's pretty much like telling her like this is probably the only way. My mom doesn't deserve to get killed by a tornado in the diner. She actually calls David her stepfather for once. Like genuinely call him like stepfather. Because other than that, when she either calls, because before this she calls David like by his name, or she calls him like insulting nicknames like step douche or something and stuff. So so she's pretty much doing that, and then Max obviously doesn't want to do it. Chloe's like you're the only one who can do this. Like you're the only one that can make this choice. And she also and Chloe tells Max that no matter what you choose, I know you'll make the right choice no matter what you choose. So it's at this point where now you get the final choice of the game, where you either don't do it, you either don't go into the photo and do what Chloe says, or you actually do it. So so first of all, if you don't do it, Max ends up saying fuck that and then rips the photo, and then Chloe and Max end up pretty much like holding hands and watching and standing there at the lighthouse and watch the tornado come in and finally make landfall and start like wrecking the town properly. Which Chloe and Max pretty much tell each other that I'll always be with you no matter what. So as the tornado is destroying the town, um, Max can't like watch it for so long. So, because obviously she made the choice, so the guilt and stuff. So she ends up turning away and like burying her like head into like Chloe's shoulder, and Chloe just like like puts her arm around her, and Chloe stays watching the tornado destroy the town the whole time. Like Chloe doesn't look away. She stays looking at it. Um, um, and then it cuts to the following to the morning, and in the morning you're seeing like shots of the town and the destruction and everything that has happened. Um, and then you look at and then as the montage is going, you see Chloe's pickup truck driving down the street, and then you finally see obviously Chloe driving, and then it pans over and you see Max on the side, uh, kind of like mopey and distraught, kind of just staring blankly out the window. And then, because obviously they're driving out of town, so right when they reach like the town exit, like close to the town exit, Chloe stops the truck, looks over at Max, and then reaches out her hand and kind of like patting her on the shoulder, like kind of giving her like some reassurance. Max looks over at Chloe. Chloe is like like smiling a little bit and whatnot. So then Max kind of fixes herself, like stands up more, like sits up more in her seat, and starts looking forward instead of looking out the window to the side. She starts looking forward with Chloe, and they're both looking forward. And then Chloe continues to drive, and they drive completely out of town, right past the "You're leaving Arcadia Bay" sign, and that's pretty much the end of that choice, of the ending of that part. Which that ending would lead into a couple of other scenarios that could get followed up on in several things. Actually, both endings get followed up on, but certain things follow up on those endings in certain ways. But we'll get to those as we go on. But in any case, we get there. So now, rewind back, and then if you pick the other choice. Also another tidbit. During the Destroy Arcadia Bay ending, where Arcadia Bay gets destroyed, the song that's playing through that montage is Sid Meier's song "Crosses" is being played in for that ending, which is an interesting choice because that song was used as the ending montage song for the very first episode. So that's what I said before, that depending on what you choose, that song kind of makes a full circle. That song kind of comes back again. So really good symbolism on that one, which I thought was pretty cool. Um, and the and the um, and then with the other ending, when you do go into the photo, um, so you pretty much say your goodbyes to Chloe, to go into the photo. Um, Depending on if you did if you went the romantic route, um, with this leading up to this final choice, and then when you go with the sacrifice Chloe ending, um, instead of giving Chloe a goodbye hug, you actually give Chloe a goodbye kiss, actually. Which is actually framed very bittersweet because it's framed with with them kissing, and then right behind them is the big ass tornado, like behind them. So it's like interesting framing on that one. Also, the very big disappointing part though is is that you don't get a kissing scene in the other ending. So it's kind of sad that you don't get one in the other ending. But in any case, no matter what you do, you don't get that in the other ending. But but yeah, so you give a goodbye kiss. You're about to go into the photo. Chloe tells you don't you ever forget about me. Uh, which Max tells her never, and then she goes back into the photo. So she appears in the photo route. So she appears right after she took the photo of the butterfly. Everything's playing out. The whole argument with Chloe and Nathan in the bathroom. Um, she. She. Max ends up just sitting in a fetal position behind the stalls where they can't see her, and then she ends up just sitting there and just waiting for it to happen already. And then the gun goes off. She gets shot. And meanwhile, Max is still sitting there. Like now she's just full blown like starting to cry and everything. And then that's when where everything goes silent, and then the song Spanish Sahara starts playing, which is the song that plays throughout this whole ending montage. Um, and then it pans over to Chloe on the floor, pretty much dead after getting shot. Nathan is freaking out. He's like shaking her because he doesn't believe she's dead. So he continues to freak out, like he's freaking out. It pans back over to Max, and then you get the timeline montage one last time. But this time, it's it's erasing the moments that you shared with Chloe throughout the game. So it erases obviously Chloe not getting shot. It erases the pool scene, the Chloe dancing on her bed scene after you start playing the music in her room. When she comes out of when Max comes back from the wheelchair from the wheelchair timeline, and then she's giving Chloe a hug. It erases a picture of that, and then it obviously replaces it with like other stuff, which is pretty much Jefferson and Nathan getting arrested, Rachel's body getting found in the junkyard, Max grieving, obviously Chloe being killed, Joyce giving Max a bunch of like some of Chloe's things, like a box of some of Chloe's stuff, along with like pictures and stuff, and then showing a thing of Max going through the pictures, like going through the pictures, and then finally a picture of her in a black dress, walking to the lighthouse, and then the timeline catches up again, and Max regains her consciousness, and this time she's at the lighthouse looking over at where the tornado's supposed to be, but now there's nothing there, and everything is fine. And then she leaves the lighthouse, and then it cuts to the cemetery. Obviously, we already know where this is going. And then you start seeing people making their way to obviously where Chloe's gonna get buried. So you see a couple of people there. You see obviously David and Joyce. You see Warren. You see Kate. Which I'm pretty sure those two are only there to support Max, pretty much. You see shockingly, you also see like Dana and I forget who's the guy that she ends up hooking up with or something through the course of the game. Like, those are two side characters that you could kind of like talk to and get to know. Like, they're not extremely like big side characters, but it's kind of shocking that they're there. Like, that's kind of odd. I think Principal Wells is also there, which isn't too shocking because Chloe went to Blackwell, so it kind of makes sense as to why he would be there. Whatchamacallit? And also shockingly, Victoria is also there. Which Victoria's kind of like to the back, so it's almost, so you could easily miss her if you're not paying attention. But yeah, it's kind of surprising that Victoria's there. But yeah, so once everyone's lined up at the casket, because you don't see Chloe's body physically, like the casket is closed and everything. So you have the closed casket there. So once everyone is standing in their line and whatnot, getting ready for obviously the priest to do the eulogy and all that stuff, Max walks walks towards the casket by herself, and then she pretty much stands in between. I believe she stands in between Joyce and I don't know if Kate is next. No, I don't think Kate's next to her. I believe Warren is the one that's on her her right side, because I believe Joyce is on her left side. But yeah, so Joyce is there. So Joyce is there. Warren's over here. But yeah, so with Max there, and then the priest is giving the eulogy and everything, and obviously everyone's fucking crying and whatnot. Like, David kind of has to like hold Joyce up because Joyce is just like distraught and bawling. Also, as the eulogy is happening, the camera kind of pans over to like somebody standing next to a tree, and then when it cuts to actually showing the person, it turns out it's Frank and Pompidou. So even though they're not with everyone, obviously, because Frank's a drug dealer, so, but the fact that Frank is there in some way watching kind of goes to show how much he actually really cared, technically. So it's like, oh, good on you, Frank. That's A+ for you. But yeah, so he, so then it could, the eulogy keeps going. Oh, there was a point I was gonna make, and I kind of forgot now. Oh, now I remember. Is you could also see the gravestone, right? And this makes it even more sad. Is the gravestone is a couple's gravestone. Well, it's supposed to be a couple's gravestone. Cause it's William, Chloe's dad, like obviously on the grave and everything. So if you're observant enough, you can see it, and it makes it even more heartbreaking because it's like, ah, shit, she's being buried. She's being buried next to her dad in a grave that was meant to be Joyce's grave. Because obviously the intent of the couple's grave thing was for, the husband and the wife to be buried next to each other. That was the whole point. But because of what happens with Chloe, it ends up being Chloe that's being buried next to her dad, which is, which I know, which as far as Max goes, I know what that's like to see, because as I explained in part 2, when we were going over episode 4, with my whole like uncle's situation, when we did the funeral for him, which was like about a week later, we actually had him be buried next to his mother, my grandmother. We actually had him get buried next to her. So even more parallels that I get from this a lot more now than than I did personally from uh, when I originally played it so many years ago. Because I believe I played through this game originally back in 2006. No, not 6. 2016. Um, because I played it originally when the physical version of the game came out. That's where the whole game was already out and on the physical disc and everything, and I could play it all the way through. That's when I played it because I bought the physical version when it came out, which was this. Which was this same exact version, this limited edition version. So this is the original version I got. At this point, almost 10 years now I've had this. But yeah. So that does that. So uh, I'm trying very hard not to use any tissues right now. I'm like, don't. I was like, don't start crying again. But yeah, it's for me personally, I find it very uh very weird throughout my life since the game came out, how many events that happened throughout this game that in certain ways kind of reflect uh, certain things that happen that were to happen in my life in certain similar scenarios. Um, for better or for worse. Like obviously, in the case of everything that happened with my uncle, obviously that would be for worse. But it's just weird the parallels, not obviously direct one for one parallels, but the fact that certain events are similar enough that it gets kind of creepy and unsettling for me sometimes. But hey, it doesn't make me not love the game uh any less. It actually makes me, appreciate the game even more, and that I have more of a personal connection to the game. Because I always, because now that we're wrapping up the first game, I always loved the game uh, from the very end of that first playthrough. I already loved the game. So, um, so yeah. So for, uh, where is it? Oh, there it is. Um, Also a little tidbit too. A little Easter egg. There was technically supposed to be there was actually going to be a third um, ending to the game. Um, Don't Nod was actually thinking of doing of doing a coma ending where Chloe technically doesn't die after she gets shot. She actually ends up being in a coma, and pretty much like Max kind of like visits her in the hospital and everything, like kind of like waiting for her to wake up type of thing. So kind of like ending on a note of like hope that maybe one day she'll wake up type of thing. Uh, Maybe Max should have kissed her like Sleeping Beauty, and then she will wake up from the coma. I don't know, but yeah, that was an ending that was supposed to happen. There's actually concept art of this ending of Max and Chloe in the hospital with Chloe in a coma in the hospital bed. Like there's actually concept art of this. So it's a real thing that they were heavily planning on doing because there was concept art of it already, but they ended up cutting it as the game was being made because Don't Not felt that it was gonna be that it was a cop out, that they were copping out and they were not committing to the death, pretty much. Which I would have disagreed if they would have made that ending like a secret thing. Like if you did like specific like special things, or maybe like found specific things, like collected certain specific stuff, or made certain decisions or something where you would have unlocked like that ending, like then I'm pretty sure that would have worked then, because then it would have been like adding more replay value to the game and adding like a certain mystery of trying to find out how to do that ending. But yeah, it was so yeah, they cut the ending. So instead of 3 endings, we got 2. We got the infamous 2, and the they did make the hospital room and everything. They did make it, because since they scrapped the ending, they ended up using it for Kate when you visit if you made sure she didn't commit suicide and you visit her in the hospital, that hospital room was supposed to be for that ending, but they reused it to look to do for Kate, because Kate was really popular in episode 2 after what happened, and people genuinely like wanting to save her and being upset that they didn't and stuff like that. So as a reward in episode 4, Don't Not as a reward for saving Kate in episode 2, in episode 4, when they gave you the scene of the hospital. So, because that was never meant to happen. I believe they've in interviews and stuff they've said that that originally Kate was just gonna be gone. Like no matter what you did, whether you were successful or not, Kate was just gonna be like written out at that point and was not gonna show up again. But because of the genuine fan reaction of her, they worked in that cameo in episode 4. They worked in that scene, which also makes sense too, because if you already built the hospital assets for an ending that you cut, then it's like, why not use it, right? Especially also since you already used it too during the ending montage of episode 2. If she's alive, you see her laying in a hospital bed. So it's like, why not use it, right? Why not use it again? Like, fully use all the assets you made. But yeah, in any case, also the big thing with episode 5 is, as you can tell, probably from how I explained, how I broke down and explained everything, there is heavy use of reusing a lot of locations and assets through the whole episode. Like, even the nightmare stuff is the reusing of the dorm hallway over and over again, a majority of it. The diner stuff. Even the nightmare sequence when you're trying to avoid people, it's kind of like just like this black void. So it's very like barren and empty. So there's not a lot of stuff going on. So for this episode, Don't Not was the budget was starting to show. So there was a lot of like clearly like cut corners where they were like, how can we reuse like a bunch of assets to try to get this to the end, pretty much. Because there was also certain sequences in the ending that was supposed to go a little longer. Like Max was supposed to be taken to a hospital, and she was actually supposed to like bust out of the hospital to make her way to the diner and stuff. Because there's also concept art of this, because there's actually concept art of Max in a hospital gown and bandages on her forehead and stuff. So yeah, there were things that were supposed to be in there that were cut. Some things obviously cut because of time, and they had to finish it out. Because I believe this episode was also delayed a little bit because of the issues. So yeah, it's one of those things that definitely kind of holds the episode back a little bit. But boy, does it stick that landing at the end. Because the ending choice is a debate. That always continues to be had since the game came out, with what side you go with. Because to their credit, with these games, at the end of every episode, every chapter, you can see, obviously if you're connected to the internet, you can see a breakdown of the percentages of everybody that has played the game, and what percentages of people chose different things. And when it got to the end, to the final part of the game, the percentages are so close to 50-50 that it's crazy. So it's definitely a thing that's always constantly talked about. So with that, I would give the original Life is Strange episode 5 Polarized, I would give it I would actually give it an A. It would be kind of on the bottom of A, mainly because of one, it's the shortest episode out of all of these. Out of all of the Out of all of these, it's the shortest episode of the original 5. It's the shortest. So, but they make good use of the time with it, and even the reusing of the assets and stuff that they did. At least they tried to do it in creative ways. Like as I said, with the nightmare sequences, with the dorm thing, and the birds running into the window and pancaking themselves on the window and all that stuff. Like they still tried to be very creative in the environments they were reusing and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's really let me see. Am I gonna keep episode 1 to episode 2? Yeah, I would keep it that way. So yeah. So with that, also a little funny little tidbit too is that in the original beta version of episode 1, because you could actually play a leaked beta version of episode 1 that has a couple of things that are different, that wound up being different from when the game actually released. Well, when the actual episode released. But there's a thing that you could do in it that shows, there's like a menu that you could get into where, and I believe the code inside also says, has stuff written for episode 6, episode 7, and episode 8. So it seems like the budget issues probably also facilitated that the game be shrunken down to 5 episodes instead of 8. But for the 5 episodes that they got, it still flows pretty well. So it's not like they really needed 8 episodes to get everything done. I think 8 generally kind of would have been a little too much. Maybe you could have dragged things out for like maybe one more episode, but 8 would have been a little too much. But yeah. So with that, that's where the original Life is Strange ranks. And with that also, with that thing of potentially being 8 episodes, with the success of the original game, because the original game was massively successful, Square Enix, who owns the Life is Strange franchise, they own it, wanted another game. Like they wanted a Life is Strange 2 already. So they went to Dotnod and was like, we want you to make a sequel already. But Dotnod told them that, like, okay, if we make a sequel, it's going to be it's gonna take a while. Like if we make a sequel, it's not gonna happen overnight. It's gonna take some time. like a couple of years time. So and they also told them that it wasn't gonna be a direct sequel. It was gonna have entirely new characters, like a new main cast of characters and whatnot, and a new storyline and whatnot. It's gonna be new things. So Square Enix was like, okay, you do that, but at the same time, they wanted to still strike while the iron was hot. So what they ended up doing um, was they ended up going to another developer, Deck Nine, and had them make a smaller Life is Strange game that could come out sooner than Life is Strange 2 does. So while Don't Nod was working on Life is Strange 2, Square Enix had Don't Nod make a relatively smaller Life is Strange game that they could that they could release to capitalize on the popularity. So that way, by the time that the Deck Nine game is done, hopefully, Life is Strange 2 would be not far behind. So that way, there won't be like such a big gap of nothing happening. So, which means this is the only time this has happened too. That, well, the only time this has happened for Life is Strange, that two different developers were making two different Life is Strange games at the same time. This is the only time this has happened. So obviously the Deck 9 game was going to get released first to give Don't Nod all the time they needed to make Life is Strange 2. So, and right before which we would learn that this the Deck 9 game would be a prequel game to the original Life is Strange, this time playing as Chloe herself. And taking place, I believe, like about 2 years or so before, about 2 to 3 years before the events of the original game. So pretty much taking place when during the time period when Max is still in Seattle. So years before she comes back. So pretty much exploring what Chloe was doing and how she was dealing with things while Max was gone. And the game would end up being rightfully called Life is Strange Before the Storm. So, and it would wind up being 3 episodes long instead of 5. So it ends up being 3 episodes long. How will that affect the quality of the game? We will see. Because from face value, going from 5 to 3 can cause alarm bells to be going off and concerns to be had. But then again, that's the least of the problems, because when the game was being made, a certain issue came up, and that was the voice actors strike was happening. So that left Dotnod with a very big problem, which was none of the original voice actors for any returning characters were able to come back because the strike was going on, so none of them were able to come back. Which, most importantly, the most important problem with that is that Ashley Birch couldn't come back to do the voice of Chloe. So everyone had to get recast. All the returning characters had to get recast, which straight up is a problem for some characters. Because certain characters, like, yeah, they may be acted well, but the voices that they have is like nowhere, not even an attempt was made to be anywhere close to what that character sounded like in the original game. Certain characters do get close, though. Like, there are certain ones that get closer than others, but a majority of them are, like, big night and day differences. But, even though that's a problem, depending on how strong your performance is, you can potentially overcome that. And I will say, right off the bat, Ashley Birch's replacement that they got, her name is Rihanna DeVries. She does a really good job as Chloe throughout these 3 episodes of Before the Storm. She does a really good job. Like, you could probably say that it's a little bit like, in the first episode, it's kind of like a little bit like, But as the episode goes on, she definitely finds her groove, and she's like 100% in it. Definitely by the beginning of episode 2, she's already off to the races with her performance. So she does really, really good. So in any case, it's also odd anyway having her not be voiced by Ashley Birch, because Ashley Birch does do the voice of young Chloe in the flashbacks that happen in the original game. Like, during the flashback when Max goes back in time to do to make sure William doesn't get killed, Ashley Birch is still doing Chloe's voice there. Also, Hannah Tell is still doing Max's voice when young Max is there too. So it makes it even more weird, because if you put everything in order, it's like she has one voice when she's younger. She has kind of a completely different voice when she's in the middle of her teenage years. And then when she's getting into her 20s, by the beginning of the original game, she's back to the voice she had when she was younger. So it's kind of funny. But in retrospect, in a good coup for Dotnod, though, they were at least able to find a little bit of a loophole, because Ashley Birch couldn't voice Chloe, but they could get Ashley Birch to come back and be a part of the writing team, so that way she could have a creative writing input with how Chloe is handled, though. So that was a pretty good call. so that way you could have somebody there to try to keep things being like, okay, this is where she kind of has to end up by the end, so we can kind of like start the process of leading it that way, because we already have somebody here who performed the character when they end up that way, so they can help steer it in that direction. So that's really cool. So with any further ado, as always, as we've done before so far, a little refresher of the beginning of episode 1 of Before the Storm.
My dad's gone. My best friend has left me.
Hey, Mom. You wanted to talk?
And home life is a joke.
David's a good man.
Dad was a good man.
Your mother. She's hurting, Chloe.
You're not my father.
Sometimes all I want to do is shut my eyes and tell the world to go to hell. Am I wrong to think like that?
Oh, good. You're here.
Chloe Price. Rachel Amber.
Oh, shit.
That can't be the same girl from last night.
Hey, dickhead.
Last night was amazing.
Come on, hurry up.
There's more to experience out there than just Arcadia Bay. Don't be surprised if one day I'm just out of here. Sometimes, when you meet someone who's going to change your life, you just know it, I guess.
Let's do something fun.
Fuck yes.
Rachel, run! What the hell?
Next time, mind your own business.
Calm down. Walk away.
Whatever's going on between us is special.
You can't leave! Why not? Because I don't want to ruin this the way I ruin everything else in my life.
What's going to happen now? No fucking idea. But one thing I'm sure of, it all began when I met her.
Okay, so yeah, I intentionally left that little part out in my little beginning setup on where we're at timeline-wise with Before the Storm. And that is the big inclusion of Rachel being a part of the story here. So there's the clue as the real big thing as to what the main point of Before the Storm is. And that is clearly to show the beginnings of Chloe and Rachel's relationship and how that started, and how they got to know each other, and how how from Chloe's side in the beginning of the game, in the original game, because Chloe makes it very clear that she was in love with Rachel, like, a lot. So, like, even when she finds Rachel's body in the original game, one of the things she says is that she loved her so much. So it's very clear that that's where Chloe's direction's going. But the game is like, okay, but what about Rachel's side? Like, how did that start from her side? So that's pretty much the main thing, is Chloe and Rachel's relationship throughout the game. So she so from the beginning, I will say Kylie Brown, who does the voice of Rachel in this game, does a really good job in playing Rachel, because this is the main thing that this game hinges on, whether the game is successful or not, is the relationship between Chloe and Rachel. If that chemistry and that whole dynamic does not work, the entire game falls apart. It's pretty much the same thing like the original game, like the original Life is Strange. If the dynamic between Max and Chloe did not work throughout that whole game, that whole original game would also fall apart. Like, no matter what happened, that game would just fall to pieces. So with this, with that being said, also a little funny little Easter egg is during the nightmare sequences of the original Life is Strange episode 5, there was supposed to be I don't know if she was physically supposed to show up or it was just gonna be audio, but Rachel was supposed to have voice lines in the game. Because if you data mine the game, you do have code and stuff in there that had lines for Rachel to say, and you could play the lines, but all that was there was like placeholder audio. So pretty much it's just somebody like saying the voice lines, not really acting or anything, because they still haven't found, it didn't get far enough where they actually hired someone to do the part. Like, it didn't get that far before they cut it. So Before the Storm is technically the first it's the first time you physically see Rachel and you hear her. So this is the first time that Rachel has an actual character. Because in the original game, technically she didn't have a character, because all the information you get is just from what people say about her and the very few like written letters that you find, which I believe is only like 2. There's very small concrete information that you get in the original game. So this is the first time you actually have a living, breathing character for her. In a sense. Because obviously we're dealing with video game characters. Not a living, breathing human, but you get what I mean. But yeah. So the beginning of this game is pretty much Chloe is standing in the railroad tracks, smoking a cigarette, playing chicken with a train because a train is honking at her coming down the tracks. And she ends up casually jumping to the side of the train tracks before the train gets there. And the train just breezes past her while she just stands there off to the side. And then she just, turns around, takes her hoodie off, and kind of like a big reveal. And another thing that you most likely noticed in the trailer, and you definitely notice here once Chloe takes off her hood, especially if you played the original version of Life is Strange, is we have facial motion. Not like full motion capture with faces, but the faces are way more animated. Like they actually have animations to them. You could clearly see like smiling, sadness. The eyes are like have sadness to them, or like really happy. Like there's substantial. It's a pretty big upgrade to see a lot of facial expressions in all the characters and stuff in this game. Like that's a huge technical plus. Huge. Cause not gonna lie, that's the number one thing I noticed when I played Before the Storm for the first time. Was like, oh my god, there's a lot of facial expression going on here. So that's really, really good. So in any case, after Chloe does that, you also get your first inner monologue stuff of Chloe talking to herself. And you could already get a feel for like how Rihanna DeVries is gonna play Chloe and how Chloe is where she's starting out mentally, kind of in at this point. So then Chloe makes her way down a path, jumps over a fence, and makes it to this kind of like almost like a rundown mill, pretty much like a rundown mill, where a concert is happening. So Chloe's favorite band, Firewalk, is doing a private like underground concert in this old mill, and Chloe's trying to go there to see the concert, even though she's not supposed to, because she kind of snuck out from home and it's kind of like late at night and stuff, so she's breaking the rules. So at this point is where you have to figure out a way for Chloe to get into the mill. And you could do it the easy way, which is pretty much go up to the bouncer. You go to the bouncer, and then you you pretty much do the new mechanic of this game, because we don't have rewind powers for this, because Chloe doesn't have any of that. So this game also has is the first Life is Strange game where the main character that you play does not have any supernatural powers for them. So any decisions that you make, you can't rewind and change anything. So you have to be extremely careful in the decisions and stuff that you make throughout this game, because there's no takebacks now. Like, you can't make a decision and then rewind because you didn't like what the immediate outcome was and then change it. You can't do that here. So you go talk to the bouncer to try to get in. He doesn't let you in. So you could look around and find out certain information in the environment, and then you could go back to the bouncer and kind of like talk your way into him letting you inside. It's called like the back talk challenge, which some of these are mandatory throughout the course of the game, but a good amount of them are kind of optional. Like some of them will only happen if you want them to, like you're actually given a choice on whether you want to do it or not, or if you do certain things that put you in a situation where you have to do it. So they don't use it so aggressively to force you to do it, pretty much. So it's not that bad. Also, when you're doing these backtalk challenges, you're on a timer. So you have to be kind of quick and try to figure out what the best response is for this to try to achieve what you're trying to do in the conversation. So you do that, and then so certain information you could find out, and which helps you in certain backtalk challenges. So if you found out information that will help you in a backtalk challenge, when you do the challenge, the correct dialogue that you found out will actually be underlined, so it'll pretty much tell you what the correct option is. So that kind of helps you a little bit. Because it doesn't do that for every choice. It only does it for like one specific choice. So you still have a lot of room for error even with that help. So you still have to be careful with what you say. So as I said, it's on a timer, but you can actually cheese the timer. Because what you can do is, if you're quick enough, and by quick enough, I mean if you could read quick enough, you could read the different choices and what button to press for each choice, right? You could get that information real quick, and then you could pause the game. And I mean specifically pause the game. Like you have to open up the actual pause screen. And if you do that, the timer actually stops as long as the pause screen is open. So you could cheese these backtalk challenges by doing that. So you could pretty much like read the choices, quickly press the pause, and think and take your time and think about each choice. So don't know if that was an intentional oversight on the timer, but yeah, it kind of makes the timer irrelevant if you know that that little that little oversight on that one. But in any case, if you win the backtalk challenge, the bouncer lets you inside with no problem. So he lets you in. If you don't win the backtalk challenge, there's still another way that you could get in, that you could sneak your way in. So it's not like just because you lose the backtalk challenge, you get like a game over or anything. Like there is an alternate way of kind of getting what you want, but kind of doing it in a different way, so to speak. So you get into the barn, right? I mean the mill. I say barn, but it's a mill. But you get into the mill to go see the band. You could do a couple of things in here. There's also collectibles that you can get in this game too. In the original game, as I said before, it was like the Polaroid photos, like little secret photos that you could take with Max's camera. You could take some photos as little collectibles. In Before the Storm, for Chloe, it's graffiti. Like she'll take a marker and try to like tag up stuff. But the graffiti, you can the game gives you like two different choices of what you want to draw on the stuff. So it's not one specific graffiti she does. Like it gives you like two choices to do. So the collectible kind of varies itself a little bit. Like you're still marking the same thing, but what you mark on it is what you have a choice of. That's pretty much what it is. But yeah, you could do some of that here already. Also you could you could try to get like a t-shirt of your band. You could try to get one, which is kind of funny because leads to a funny scene, because you could technically you have to steal the shirt because you have no money, and the guy says the t-shirt is like $20, which you don't have. But you could what was it? Make his car kind of slide off a ramp. That's because he's distracted by being on the phone. So you can go to the car, make the car go down the ramp by turning off the brake. And then while he's distracted checking on the car, you could take a shirt. And you could also steal the money too. So already we could steal money. At least the money doesn't say handicap fund on it. But yeah, you could do that, and then you could do like certain stuff with the money over the course of the game too. If you keep the money long enough, you could do different things with it, though, which is pretty funny. Which is pretty fun. There is a lot of variations and stuff within these 3 episodes that you can do with different things. So Deck 9 really tried to pack in a lot of different variation stuff within these 3 episodes. So that's really cool. You know, to add as much replay value as they can, which is pretty good. So you get to the party, you're trying to get into the to the main stage area where the band's performing, and it it doesn't go well because you try to get through the big crowd of people. You can't get through, and you actually get shoved back, and you get shoved into these 2 guys, and you bump into one guy, and it spills like some beer that he was drinking all over himself, and you have kind of a small little confrontation, but you're able to go away from it a little bit. So you can't get in to see the band that way. So you gotta find a different way. And you can also meet up with Frank here. So you can also see a younger Frank, also before all the tattoos that he has. Because this version of Frank doesn't have like the tattoos all over his neck and stuff and whatnot. So you see a younger version of Frank. You could talk to him. You could also try to buy weed from him. If you stole the money from the shirt dealer, you could actually buy weed from Frank right here, but if you don't, then Chloe doesn't have any money, so she can't buy the weed. And Frank isn't going to give her any because Chloe still owes him money. So even in the past, Chloe is still owing Frank some money. This far back, she's still doing it. But yeah, after that little encounter, you can little optional, well, not optional, because you're forced to talk to Frank anyway. Because there's like these stairs next to him that you can go up to go see the band from like up above. But if you try to do that without talking to Frank, Frank calls you over anyway. So you're forced to talk to him either way. It's pretty much just like in episode 1 of the original Life is Strange. If you try to leave the classroom before talking to Mr. Jefferson at the beginning, even though he's already talking to Victoria, he'll call you over anyway, so you'll be forced to talk to him anyway. It's the same thing here with Frank trying to go up the stairs. You'll be forced to talk to him anyway. So either way, you go upstairs, you see the band, they're playing the music. Chloe's like dancing around, having a good time with the music. You actually see a lot more like there's definitely a lot more like body language movement, a lot more varied body language, because Deck 9 made sure to have more varied body language, so it's not like they're recycling the same like movements as much as the original game did. Because that was one of the limitations of the original Life is Strange, is that a lot of the body language was very like static, and even when they did move, they like cycled through like some of the same animations a lot. So in Before the Storm, Deck Nine made sure to have a lot more variety. Hence why they're showing it off with her dancing around and moving around a lot as the band is playing. And you could actually see the band performing, so you could see a lot of different animations in the band and in the people in the crowd below, like as they're also dancing around and jamming to the music. You can see a lot of that there too. So this is also the first time you could actually have one of those like moment of calm moments. Like you could actually like sit there and enjoy the music for a while. But then when either way, when you stop, the guy and his friend that you bumped into earlier come up there and confront you, and you know, being pissed off that like you spilled my beer and like all that stuff. So just being righteous like dicks and assholes. So you go there, so you get up and you have a little confrontation with them. You have a little some variation on how you want to handle it. If you want to try to be peaceful, or you just want to be just a bigger dick than him and like kind of make the situation worse by being a smartass. So either way, the guy, no matter what you choose, the main dude that you spilled the beer on gets pissed off regardless, and he has another beer in his hand. So he winds up because as we're doing this, he's kind of like cornering you in the corner, like they're moving you towards this corner. So they get Chloe into the corner. He goes to break. He breaks the beer bottle off of a board to the side, right? He breaks it to the side. So now he has a broken beer bottle, and then he grabs you. So clearly the implication is he's gonna stab you with this broken beer bottle. And it's at this point that that this girl comes up the stairs, sees what's going on, and immediately like shouts at the guy and says, "Hey, dickhead," which distracts him and makes him turn over to look at her. And then from there, you have a decision of whether you just wanna like nudge his hand off and run, or you could actually like hit the guy. Which if you choose to hit him, it's either you knee him in the balls, or if earlier downstairs you got a beer yourself, if you picked up a beer bottle yourself and drank the beer, you would still have an empty beer bottle on you. And when you go to attack him, if you go to attack him, instead of kicking him and kneeing him in the balls, you would take the empty beer bottle and knock him in the head with it. Knock him over the head with it. But no matter what happens, if you attack him, his friend that's with him will punch Chloe in the face. And Chloe will not be knocked out, but she'll be like hit and like spin around a little bit, and then knock into the girl that came up the stairs. If you just like run away, then the girl will throw a beer bottle at at the main guy that was gonna stab Chloe with the broken bottle, and the beer bottle will like clonk him in the head when she threw it. But either way, you go to the girl, and Chloe immediately looks at her, and she's like, Rachel? So, yeah. Which, if you played the original game, you could kind of already guess that this is Rachel, even though she looks completely different. Like, her hairstyle's different, and she's dressed way differently. You could tell it's her because she's still wearing the blue, well, primarily the blue feathered earring that that Rachel is known for. Like, it's the one visual thing that Rachel is like kind of defined by, is that blue feathered earring. Just like Chloe with her blue hair. Which when you see, which is, if you noticed in the trailer, Chloe hasn't started dyeing her hair yet. So Chloe is just in her natural hair color still. Which she will be for a majority of the game. So yeah. So she notices it's Rachel. Rachel's it pretty much like grabs her to, because they gotta run, because the guy's gonna get up and like come after them anyway. So they rush downstairs to get out. Not to get out of the mill, but just to get away. And as they're going downstairs, the guys come down, and Frank notices that they're chasing after, primarily chasing after Chloe, and Rachel by default, obviously. But primarily because Frank knows Chloe, obviously. So he sees that, and he immediately puts himself in front of the other two guys, and pretty much is like telling them like, bro, just walk away, like get out of here, do something else, whatnot. So he like shoos them away. And then and Chloe and Rachel take that as an opportunity to duck into the crowd of people at the front of the stage to watch the band. So they watch the band together and whatnot. And then you wake up, and then the scene cuts away and Chloe is waking up in her bed, in her room, and this is where you get like your main like title sequence and whatnot. It's not as iconic as Max putting in her headphones and walking down Blackwell hallway. It's not that iconic, but yeah. So she gets up. She grabs a morning smoke while she's laying in bed. She grabs a morning smoke, which is either a cigarette or weed if you bought weed from Frank. If you didn't, then it's always a cigarette. But yeah, she grabs a smoke. She gets up from bed. This is where you look at her journal. The first time you look at her journal. And when you look at her journal, you see that there's, where just like Max, where Max would have journal entries, kind of like recapping events and her thoughts of stuff that's going on through the course of the game. Chloe does the same thing here. Main difference is she's specifically writing these journal entries specifically to Max. So it's kind of like she's like imagining Max is there, even though she knows that Max isn't there, and it's not like she's going to mail these letters anyway. So she's almost like talking to herself type of thing in these journal entries. And then you also see that she keeps a photo of her and Max and William on the side of her bed. Like she has it taped up to a dresser that's right next to her bed. So pretty much like every morning she sees that. So kind of playing into how much grief and stuff that she's still dealing with, that she still like just has that stuff there. Like obviously grieving over William, but also technically grieving over Max too, even though Max isn't dead. But the fact that Max is not there and she moved and she's gone, that's pretty much the main thing. But so yeah, she gets up. She's kind of like, I can't believe that was even Rachel and whatnot. And Rachel saved me pretty much from getting stabbed. So she gets up. She goes. Joyce calls Chloe down to get some breakfast. So you go down. Before Chloe can go all the way downstairs, Joyce says, can you get my, bring me down my purse and whatnot. So you could go get her purse, and you also have to find your phone, because Chloe's like, where the hell my phone is? So you have to go find your phone. You go find the phone, and then you can actually look at the phone and look at the different text messages that you've gotten, and you could actually see text messages that Chloe and Max kind of sent each other, and start to see where Max stopped talking to Chloe, because you start seeing that the date and times of when Max would talk to her is getting bigger and bigger until she's just not saying anything. Even though Chloe is sending her messages, but she's getting no responses anymore. So you get that. When you get the Joyce's purse, you also get confirmation that she's already seeing David now. So David's already in the picture already. So you get a feel for that's already happening. So that's already going on. So you go downstairs, you go to go get some breakfast. You put the purse down. You talk to Joyce. It's obviously heated because they're already butting heads and everything. Obviously because of David. Because David's one of the primary reasons why there's so much friction between Chloe and Joyce. Which is abundantly clear even in the original game. Like a lot of the conflict between the two is primarily rooted at David. But anyway, so we do that. You also can have a funny conversation, interaction with Joyce if you wound up getting hit by the guy at the mill and getting a black eye, because you wind up getting a black eye, and then you have like funny interactions where you talk to certain people, and they bring up the fact that you have a black eye, and it's kind of funny like that. Also, you could change Chloe's outfit. Because before you go downstairs, Chloe mentions that she should change and you could actually go to her drawer and pick out outfits. So for the first time in a Life is Strange game, you actually have like various outfits, not full customization, because you have to, whatever outfit you pick, it's a full outfit. So it's not like you could change the pants, change the shirt, or anything like that. It's just pick full different outfits. And certain outfits that you pick, certain characters will actually comment on the clothes you're wearing, which is kind of a neat little touch, which is pretty cool. Like for instance, with this conversation with Joyce, if you stole the Firewalk T-shirt, and if you wear the Firewalk T-shirt, Joyce will actually comment on the T-shirt. So, and I believe a couple of other characters later will also kind of comment on it. So, so yeah, funny little thing. So once you're finished with Joyce, she pretty much tells you that David is gonna take you to school to make sure that you go to school and you're not skipping school. Because at this point, Chloe has a history of skipping school at this point. So we're already planting the seeds of her getting expelled already. But still hasn't happened yet. But depending on what you do later, you could actually, not in this episode, but in the next episode, you could actually make sure she actually gets expelled, technically, depending on what choice you make. So you can actually see the event that expels her. But in any case, so obviously Chloe's not happy that she has to get a ride from David to go to school. So she does it she does it anyway. You have a little, obviously, friction with David. David's voice actor for this game is not that bad. Joyce's voice actor for this game is also not that bad either. They do pretty good with their performances, so it's not too bad. Especially considering how much nobody does a bad performance. As I said, it's just if you played the original game, it could be like distracting on how much of a vocal difference certain characters are. But in any case, so you have a conversation, a little heated thing with David. You guys get in the car. You could also David's also fixing a car, so you could kind of help him get the car fixed a little bit, so that way he could take you. The only reason I bring it up is because it makes a point to point out that Chloe has some understanding of some mechanical understanding. So potentially maybe fixing things. So that's the only reason I bring it up, because that kind of comes into play later. So hence why I'm bringing that up. So either way, you get into the car. You're about to go to Blackwell. David gets wants to tell you something. You could either let him talk, or you could initiate a backtalk challenge and pretty much like kind of like shut him up type of thing. Either way, Chloe takes a nap on the drive over to Blackwell. And it's at this point we go into one of her dream sequences, because she has a couple of these during the course of the game. And she wakes up in her father's car with William driving. So she wakes up like that. William has like a country music song playing, and he's kind of like singing along to it. And Chloe's like, oh, and she's just taking it like as a little happy dream. So she's kind of like going along with it. And Chloe's kind of dressed like her little girl self in like her younger self clothes. Even though she's still like the regular Chloe we're playing as, she's still physically like that. It's just the clothes she's wearing is like her little kid self. So she's just singing along with the song too. And then as she's doing that, you hear a truck horn. And then you see a truck coming towards you. And then Chloe just like shouts at her dad, like, you know, like, Dad, like. And then the truck hits the car. And then Chloe wakes up. So when she wakes up, David is already, they're already in front of the school already. So he's already telling her to leave, to get inside. So you get out of the car, go to school. You meet up with this, you run into this kid, Elliot. Which he turns out to be, I guess, kind of the Warren stand-in for this game. Because it's very clear that he's very into Chloe and stuff. And Chloe maybe at one point she was kind of into him, but at this point, it kind of comes off that she's kind of like, type of thing. It's also up to you whether you want to try to go towards that direction. But to be fair, this game doesn't necessarily have any real romance options besides Rachel. And that's only because Rachel is the clear romance option that Chloe has anyway because of the original game. So it's not like they could give Chloe multiple choices anyway. So it's pretty clear if you want to go down a romantic route, then it has to be with Rachel anyway. So that happens. You meet him. You have to go get a DVD from. You have to go get a DVD from this girl named Steph. So you go towards there. She says that she's waiting with her friend Mikey at the picnic table in the school, in front of the school. So you have to go there to pick up the DVD. Along the way, you could run into a couple of returning characters from the original game, like you could run into Evan. You can run into the teacher, Miss Grant. Can you run into the janitor in this at this point? I don't think you run into the janitor here. You can run into the janitor Samuel later though, but most of these characters are just cameos, really. Like, they don't really add a lot to the game. Which is why I haven't mentioned them in the original game, because they don't really contribute to the main plot of the game. You could also run into Victoria. which Victoria specifically I mentioned because she does come up again later. So she's not super important, but she's important enough that she contributes to a bigger scene later. So hence why I bring her up and why I bring Elliot up and Steph and Mikey, because they're the side characters that contribute and have something to do with the plot a lot more than anybody else does. So that happens. You go to pick up you could converse with all of those people. The Victoria one is pretty funny. Then you go to the Evan one is also pretty funny too. But you go to Steph, get your DVD, which is a funny callback because the DVD she winds up getting is Blade Runner. Which, if you remember, Blade Runner was the movie that Max and Chloe ended up watching in the wheelchair timeline. So, cheeky little callback on that one. But, or in this case, a call forward, since this is a prequel. But yeah, so you get the DVD, and at this point you also find out that Steph kind of has a crush on Rachel, because she kind of asks you like what's going on with you and Rachel. I was like, are you kind of like together, or is it just kind of like a friend thing? Because apparently the fact that you and Rachel were at the concert together has kind of spread around school, so obviously rumors and stuff are going on, type of deal. Also, you could also find out that Rachel did take a picture of both of you at the concert and kind of posted it up on like social media and stuff. So that's why everyone knows that y'all two were together at the concert, and everyone's like getting the rumors going. But in any case, you get there, you get the DVD. You go. Hold on. All right. So you get the DVD. You can at this point too, after your little conversation with Steph and Mikey outing her as having a crush on Rachel, Steph will ask you to join their D&D game that they're playing, because Steph and Mikey are playing Dungeons and Dragons, even though they don't call it Dungeons and Dragons because of obviously licensing reasons, but it's very obvious that's what they're playing. And you could actually play D&D with them, which is actually pretty fun and whatnot, but it's entirely optional. You don't have to. But if you do it, it kind of like improves kind of your relationship with both Steph and Mikey for later, when certain other stuff happened later. So after you do that or whatever, you're going to go into the school, right? You could also encounter the head security guard here named Skip. The only reason I bring him up is because he pretty much has the job that David ends up getting later. So at this point, David doesn't really have a job right now. So that kind of points to that, like, the security job isn't even available yet because somebody is doing it right now. And Chloe kind of has a good can have a good relationship with Skip the security guard, so that's kind of fun. I could relate to that because growing up in school, uh, we were also really cool with the security guards at our school. Uh, Even though just because we were cool with them, if we did anything bad or acted up, they still treated us just like how they would treat anyone else. So just because you were cool with them, that didn't mean you could get away with shit. So, but in any case, you go inside the school. Right before you can walk up the stairs to go through the front door, Nathan is being chased by a guy, and Nathan runs into you. Uh, you could tell it's Nathan because of how he looks, and then pretty much Chloe does an inner monologue and pretty much confirms that it's Nathan. Uh, and she also confirms that the guy that's chasing him, his name is Drew. So, and also just to get it out of the way now, Drew is Mikey's older brother. So yeah, that's gonna come into play later because Drew is also kind of important. Um, so Nathan's like getting bullied and stuff. Uh, there's also this new girl Samantha that you could talk to earlier, which I bring up because she ends up trying to stop Drew from bullying Nathan. Also because clearly Samantha also kind of likes Nathan, which is kind of creepy, especially if you know like what's gonna happen later. So it's like, girl, you have the wrong dude to have a crush on right now. Which is kind of a little recurring plot point that you could actually partake in as the game goes on too. But in any case, she's trying to get him to stop bullying Nathan. She could also try to nudge you into kind of helping her, which if you do, it leads to you doing a backtalk challenge. So you could pick to help, and your version of helping is doing the backtalk challenge, which is kind of funny. The backtalk challenge that you do here, which if you do win, it does lead to a funny moment where Samantha laughs, and then Drew just goes to Samantha and be like, "Did you just laugh?" And she goes, "I did, 'cause Chloe just owned you." And then Drew just tells her, they're like, "Shut the fuck up, fresh meat." And then she counters with, "You shut the fuck up." And then Chloe just goes, "Go Samantha." It's a pretty funny interaction if you do go down that route. Cause also Drew is threatening to throw Nathan's picture book into the fountain, into the school fountain. And Drew is on the football team, so he can kind of throw that picture book pretty far. But anyway, so if you do win the backtalk challenge, then he doesn't throw the picture book into the fountain. If you don't do the backtalk challenge, or if you lose the backtalk challenge, then he ends up throwing it into the fountain. Either way, Nathan is mad regardless. So even if you helped him, he's still kind of yells at you for it, which is kind of dumb. But you know, goes to show how unstable he is. But in any case, he goes off. He runs off. Samantha goes her separate ways. Skip kind of comes over very late to see what the commotion's about, even though he missed everything and everybody already left. So he winds up leaving, and then you wind up actually going inside the school. And right when you get to the door and you're about to open the door to go in, somebody comes out and opens the door. And it turns out it's Rachel. So she's immediately like, oh, good, you're here. And immediately grabs you and pulls you into the school and takes you to the drama classroom. Because if you see Rachel, she's kind of dressed up in a costume. She takes you there. Two kids are rehearsing. Two returning characters. I believe it's Dana and I think it's Dana and Hayden. I think those are the two ones that are rehearsing. And then you have the teacher, the drama teacher, who's a new teacher. By new teacher, I mean he wasn't in the original game. Mr. Keaton. Who's a kind of a fun character. He's kind of like over dramatic, like a drama teacher would be. So he's pretty fun. He has some funny little lines and scenes. So he goes to the so you go to the performance. Hayden is doing really bad because he doesn't remember his lines and stuff and things like that. So, and they have a play that they're getting ready for that's going to be happening soon. I think it's happening like the next day or something. So it's really bad that he can't remember his shit. So, and meanwhile, when he's bombing at reciting his lines, you can see a shot, it cuts to a shot of Rachel and Chloe, and you could see Rachel is like wincing at the bad delivery he's doing. Meanwhile, Chloe is like laughing and like snickering. And they're kind of like looking at each other, like as they're doing it, which is pretty funny. And then from there, after they do it, and Keaton kind of chews out Hayden for not doing good. Rachel goes, like, sorry to interrupt, but, you know, how does my costume look? I had my mom kind of, like, touch it up and stuff and see how it looks. So she does a little, like, you know, like, little 360, like, spin, so that way you could see the whole, like, the whole costume, right? And as she's spinning around, when she spins and gets face to face with Chloe as she's spinning, she fucking looks at Chloe and gives her a fucking wink. Which it's at this point where I was first playing the game, I was like, yo, this girl is flirting at you hard as hell. Like she is just going at it. To be fair too, later you could kind of reciprocate that if you want to. Like you can also flirt back, which is pretty funny. Because Chloe got really no game in the beginning, so it's kind of funny her trying to flirt. But anyway, so she does a little wink as she's spinning, which Chloe's reaction is kind of like, what? Me? But, which is really funny, seeing a very shy and reserved Chloe here is kind of funny. Um, um, but anyway, uh, Mr. Keaton's like, yeah, y'all look good and whatnot. And then Dana says, yeah, I'm having trouble finding the meaning to this line. And Rachel's like, yeah, we've been having trouble trying to decide what the meaning of this line is. The line itself doesn't matter, right? But Rachel's like, maybe we need a fresh perspective. And then she goes towards Chloe, because Chloe is still just standing there and hasn't really said anything. Uh, so she goes to Chloe, and then she kind of like maneuvers her to like step forward, right? But she does it by putting her arm around Chloe's waist to kind of like move her forward, which is a funny little thing, because when she does it, you see Chloe kind of like look down at her hand, like is she putting her arm around my waist? But she tells Chloe, is the line just meaning dramatic circumstance, or did she just meet the love of her life? What do you think? And then you could either, you could say one or the other. Like, you could say it's true love, or you could give a sarcastic answer. But yeah, if you give the true love response, that actually comes into play kind of later. Because at this point, now that you know Rachel, you are getting there's secret affection points that are getting tallied in the background as you go through the game now. Which is kind of similar to affection points with Max and Chloe in the original game, like with the photo on the phone thing. So yeah. So, except this is way bigger though. Like, there's way more involved with the affection points in this game though. But yeah. So either way, the bell rings. So everyone leaves and they have to get to their new classes, right? And meanwhile, Rachel has to go to the dressing room and change back into her normal clothes. So in this instance, if Chloe has a black eye, Rachel will comment on the black eye and say like a funny little lie, which is pretty funny. So either way, Rachel is like, just wait for me, I'm gonna go change, right? So she goes to the dressing room, and then she tells Chloe to give that, can you get my belt? I forgot my belt. I have it in my book bag over there. Can you just get the belt and bring it to me? And then it's like, oh, sure, okay. And then you can go to, that's when you can like look around the drama classroom. And you can also find out that that Steph is the stage manager for the play. Main reason why I'm mentioning it, because it's going to come into play later. So you go to get the belt. You get the belt. You go to bring it to Rachel in the dressing room. And it's here that you get kind of a fan servicey scene because you see Rachel like getting dressed and she kind of like has like a bra on and whatnot, but you're not really seeing much of anything. It's kind of similar to the pool scene with Max and Chloe where they're in the pool but they're in their underwear, so you're not really seeing a lot, but it's still kind of fan servicey. But here you get the choice of whether to bring the belt to Rachel, or you can throw the belt over the screen that she's changing behind. Which, if you throw the belt over, which is a really dumb idea, it would actually like hit Rachel in the head, which is kind of messed up. She plays it off like jokingly enough, but it's like, why would you throw it over? Like, if anything, you would hold out your hand like to the side of the screen and be like, here's the belt, and then she could just grab it like that. The fact that she throws it over is kind of like, really, you didn't have to do that. But yeah, so you either do that or you actually walk into her changing and handing her the belt while watching her like in her bra, because she has like her pants on, but she doesn't have like her shirt or anything on. She just has like her bra there, which Rachel doesn't like yell at Chloe or anything. She pretty much makes a joke of it, pretty much being like, oh, did you bring flowers for me or something and whatnot. And it's also one of the things where Chloe kind of doesn't say anything when she walks up to her changing. She's kind of like just dumbfounded staring at her. It's almost like she's just like in awe at her, I guess, figure, I guess. So it's very funny seeing how dumbfounded she is. But yeah, she'll respond that, oh, I just have this belt. And then Rachel's like, oh, okay, just give me the, he was like, that's perfect, just give me the belt, and then stuff like that. And then Chloe lets her finish changing, she finishes changing, so either way, she finishes changing. And then she goes up to Chloe and being like, oh, the concert and stuff was really cool and whatnot, it was really good. We have to hang out again, we have to do it again and stuff like that. And then she proposes that you and her skip school. So Rachel is the one proposing to skip school. And either way, no matter what you choose, you're gonna go with her to skip school regardless. Also, if you have a black eye during this scene, Rachel can actually offer to cover up the black eye with some makeup, which also leads to a little like sweet little scene between the two of them there. So that's one thing. So you guys end up skipping school, you leave, and you go to you end up being in the train, by the train tracks, where Max had to save Chloe. You're in that same area where that little building is, the little maintenance building and everything. This time, freight train is just slowly like going past, and Rachel suggests pretty much to jump on the freight train and ride it to where she wants to go, which technically she has not said exactly where she wants to go, so you're kind of just on a ride with her. So you take the train, you get on the train with her, you get on there, you take a seat. Well, you can explore the tiny little train car for some stuff, for some things. You could push a little box that you could sit on to talk to Rachel, and then now you're talking to her. And it's at this point you can kind of do like a flirty little you could do like a flirty little interaction later, but also if you already have a high enough affection rate, there are some dialogue options that will just happen because of the fact that you have a high enough thing. There will be certain dialogue and certain actions that happen because of the high enough affection rate that you have. So if you have a high enough thing, one of the dialogue options is to like make small talk, and one of the options is to talk about like how the nice weather we're having, and instead of saying nice weather, she'll say nice Rachel we're having. Which is like a slip of the tongue, but Rachel will be like, what? And then Chloe will just correct herself and be like, weather, nice weather we're having. She'll also have, Chloe will have an inner monologue that mentions Max, because Chloe's feeling so nervous, and she's like, maybe this is how Max feels, type of thing. So going to show that, you know, Max is still on Chloe's mind. But anyway. So after that little exchange, Rachel suggests, like, why don't we play a game? And then this is where you get your, if you have high enough affection, you could get your first, like, flirt option. And Chloe's flirt option is pretty much telling Rachel, like, hey, the V card's been punched, Rachel, I'm sorry. which Rachel's response of, like, a very wide-eyed, like, wow, is pretty funny. Especially Chloe's follow-up of, like, was that too far? And then Rachel's response of, like, I don't know. Like she's kind of, like, chuckling a little bit. And she's like, I don't know. But then Rachel says, you know, we'll play a game of 2 truths and a lie. So, 2 truths and a lie, you know, 2 truths about themselves, and one of them is a lie, and you have to figure out which one's the lie. So for Rachel, the 2 truths is that she's ambidextrous and she's a Leo. And the lie is that she's from New York, even though she's from California. So you could choose which one is the lie. If you could test her on the truths if you pick the Leo or the ambidextrous thing. You could choose those, and then she'll prove to you that it's real. But if you call out the New York lie, then she's like impressed. Like, damn, yeah, I'm from California and stuff like that. Which also hints as to her wanting to go back to California later. So, there's that. And she, and then, she's like, oh, okay, so now it's your turn with the truth and lie. And there's a lot of variation in this truth and lie game, a lot. Especially when it's Chloe's turn, because you could actually play the game fairly and do the true truths and lie, or you could do all truths, or you could do like all lies. So you could do either way. But Chloe has like several variations of different things she can say, of the three things. So one of the more important ones is one of the lies you can say is being allergic to cats. Which Rachel will call you out on, because no matter what you choose, Rachel is gonna correctly choose whatever your lie is. So she'll call you out on being allergic to cats, and she's like, I don't think you're allergic to cats because I passed by your locker a few times, and you have a picture of a cat in your locker. Which, if you played the original game, I didn't mention it because it's not extremely important. But Chloe did have a cat as a pet, and the cat did die. And the cat does have a grave, a tiny little grave in the backyard of Chloe's house. So she carries around a picture of her cat, which is really sweet. But yeah, there's that one. There's what's the other one? Oh, there's also, and one of the truths is like pretending, like wanting to be a pirate when she grew up, which is true because in the original game there were pictures of Max and Chloe dressed up as pirates when they were younger. And with Max being called Long Max Silver and Chloe being called Captain Bluebeard, which also lends to the fact of Chloe having blue hair, because, you know, her pirate name was Bluebeard, so, you know. But anyway. Which also leads to potentially a flirty conversation with oh, maybe you could be, with Chloe saying maybe you could be my first mate, and Rachel being like, oh, are you accepting applications? And like, you know. But either way, she calls her out, her lie and stuff. Chloe can be impressed, and Rachel can also be impressed if she played the game fairly or not, and things like that. Rachel also mentions when Chloe asks, where is this train going? Rachel can say, I don't know, maybe it's going up north, maybe we'll get to Seattle, maybe. Which is a sneaky little reference to the fact that that's where Max moved to, Seattle, so. But yeah, so they do the thing, and then now you get the opportunity to listen to some music, and you could choose to share your music with your headphones with Rachel, or not, or you could be like a total dick and just not do that. But yeah, you can do it. Listen to some music. The music here is like really good. Because as you've seen with the soundtrack rankings, the Before the Storm soundtrack is amazing. So this scene's really good. Eventually, you stop listening to music, and then when Chloe's putting away her headphones, Chloe notices Rachel's bracelet that she's wearing, which is the exact bracelet from the original game that Frank had, that Chloe noticed in the junkyard. So there's that. And Rachel pretty much says that I've had the bracelet since I was young in California and stuff like that. Rachel also says hella, which is something that Chloe said a couple of times in the original game, so this is kind of where she gets it. She gets it from Rachel. Because Chloe says it, like, I think, like, once or whatnot, like, before the end of the game. So, but any case, she also tells Chloe that, you know, she wanted to go anywhere, like leave, like sometimes she feels like she doesn't have any reason to stay, and like stuff like that. And she also tells Chloe that don't be surprised if one day I'm just gone, like I'm just out of here, which hints at what happens in the original game. But Chloe here responds like, let me know if you need an accomplice. So pretty much starting their idea of wanting to leave town together, like leave. So then Rachel was like, "Oh, we're here already," which Chloe's like, "Where's here?" And then she's like, "Let's jump out of the thing," which at this point you could choose whether to jump or not. If you do jump, Rachel's impressed. If you don't jump, Rachel winds up pulling you out of the train anyway. So, so you guys end up at a park area. At a park area, you you wanna Rachel has you wanting to play another game of looking at a viewfinder, looking at people, and pretty much like acting out a scene based on what the people are doing and stuff like that while looking through the viewfinder. But the viewfinder that she winds up trying to use is broken. After she already put in her last quarter in it, so now she's upset because they don't have another quarter for the new one. Because the one that was broken, the sign fell off and they didn't know that that one was broken. So now Chloe has to figure out a way to like get a quarter or something. So after doing that, you get to you can encounter this couple that's in a picnic bench area, like as you're trying to find something to get the quarter. You could ask them for some change, but they don't have anything. You can also overhear their conversation, which you can use for later. But anywho, you do that. You go to the you finally find something to break into the thing. You break into the thing, get the quarter out. Rachel thanks you and she's impressed. You put the quarter in the viewfinder, and then you're both looking through the viewfinder at the people. You do the different things. You do this a couple of times before Rachel moves the viewfinder to this guy approaching this woman underneath this big tree. And then this guy and woman end up starting to kiss. And Chloe just, you know, continues doing the act out thing and like saying some funny like little line. But when she's done and she's not getting a response, she looks over and Rachel is behind her, like clearly upset. So she's like, "What's going on?" And then Rachel kind of gets is really upset and like moody now. So she just like wants to leave. So you go to leave, and instead she winds up going to that picnic area where that couple was. And she's like, "Let's grab their liquor." So she goes to want to get the liquor because now she's acting out because she's so upset. So she goes to grab the liquor, goes to the liquor. She pretends that she faints to try to give you the opportunity to grab the liquor. you could grab the liquor, or you could try to grab the liquor, but they kind of notice you. They kind of notice you, but they notice you before you can reach for the liquor. But you don't get in trouble though. They think they try to call you over to be like, oh you like help us. The girl like kind of fainted. But yeah, she you could then either not do try to get the liquor, or you could do a backtalk challenge, which distracts them enough so that way Chloe can grab the liquor. Which the backtalk part is actually really funny. With this part, with Rachel still trying to pretend to get to like be unconscious or something. But in any case, either way you get the liquor. Because if you don't do the backtalk challenge, then Rachel just kind of like gets up and swipes the liquor herself. So you get the liquor, Rachel's drinking, she offers you a drink, you could either drink it or not. And then from there, she takes it back, drinks some more, and then and then she's like, all right, now we can leave. And then you finally leave. You walk to the, you're walking down the train tracks. How familiar is that, right? You walk down the train tracks, and then Chloe is actually like doing the balance thing, like walking on the actual train tracks itself. She's pretty much doing a similar thing like how her and Max were doing in the original game. But this time she's doing it by herself because Rachel is just walking in the middle of the train tracks while drinking the liquor. So as they're walking, Chloe calls to Rachel and be like, "Ooh, check this out." And Rachel's like, "What?" And then it turns out that they arrived at the junkyard. So they do this nice little a pan and montage of the junkyard. It looks really good because the lighting is like sunset. So you have some nice little reflecting and stuff going on with the light like reflecting through some of the rusted like cars and things like that. So it's kind of cool. And Rachel's not impressed. She's like, "Oh, look, it's a pile of trash." And Chloe's like, "Oh, it's an awesome pile of trash." And Chloe's like, "Why don't we explore?" And Rachel's like, "You go ahead. I'm just gonna sit down." Because I believe now the drunkenness is like kind of like kicking in. Like she's starting to get like probably a little headache now. So she sits down. Chloe's kind of like I don't know why she's upset and stuff. You could kind of push her to try to find out why she's upset. Which Rachel just keeps being like, "Don't worry about it. I just want to be left alone a little bit." She also throws by this time, the empty liquor bottle. Not at you, but she kind of throws it like past you, and it hits like a barrel and whatnot. So it's at that point that Chloe's like, okay, she's really upset. It was like, hey, maybe I could use that. And then you find like a baseball bat, and she's probably like, hey, if you and you could offer to give her the bat and be like, hey, if you want to break some stuff, we're in the junkyard, so take this bat and break some stuff. Or you could like try to break some stuff yourself and kind of like give her like a little like show. Either way, Rachel still gets upset, grabs the baseball bat and kind of like throws it to the side, and she's like, "I asked you to just leave me alone right now." And then it's at that point where Chloe just gets uber like upset because she's like, you're not telling me anything, you're not telling me why you're upset. I'm like, I know you're supposed to be like the rich girl with like the stuff and all this stuff and like privilege and all that stuff. Which Rachel just takes in stride and pretty much is like, okay, great, I'm leaving. And then she just goes to walk off. And then Chloe is like, oh shit, I kind of fucked up here. So she tries to stop her to leave. She's like, don't leave. And Rachel's like, watch me. And continues to walk. And then that's when Chloe's like pretty much like, don't go. Like more pleading now. And then that's when Rachel kind of like pretty much stops and is like, okay. And turns around and kind of moves a little bit forward. And this is when Chloe kind of like kind of pours her heart out, and she's like, this is one of the best days I've had since my dad died. And when I ruin it just now, the way I kind of ruin everything, it's like, whatever's going on between us is kind of like special. Which Rachel's response is pretty, and she's getting a little closer like as she's doing this, and Rachel's like, well, what is this exactly? And it's at this point where you could where this is, to be fair, all this is moving very fast, but considering they only have 3 episodes to get through this, one of the detriments of this is that they're moving things very quickly. So at this point, this is where you solidify already, and we're already approaching the end of the episode already. Ray is pretty much confessing to Rachel, like pretty much like I don't know, a friendship or maybe more than that. Which, depending on how much affection you already chose for Rachel by this point, her response to that will be like, ah. And then Chloe's like, I know, right? You're like, I'm the fuck up. I'm this, and you're like the special Rachel Amber. I know, it's kind of a long shot, I know. Which Rachel's response is, if you have high enough affection, Rachel's response is pretty much like that's not the issue. It's just that she's like, right now I can't, she can't be in a relationship right now, pretty much, is kind of what she's telling her. And in a very low tone of voice that you could easily miss if you're not listening to her, is that she will also say, I can't, and then very lowly, she'll say, even if I want to. So there's that. And then if you have high enough affection, she'll go up to you, and that's where you saw the scene of it in the trailer, where she goes up to Chloe and puts a hand on her cheek, one hand on the cheek, and has the other hand kind of like on her shoulder, kind of like wiping off some like tears, because at this point Chloe like started crying a little bit, which actually having some tears and stuff on screen also goes to show how much more emotion and stuff is being on display. Because even this whole conversation between Chloe and Rachel shows a lot of emotion between the two of them, like the facial expression and body language and everything. It's really good. But she does so she does that, and then Rachel is like pretty much tells Chloe goodbye. So she begrudgingly like leaves still, and then Chloe is pretty much there by herself. She's really mad and pissed off now, so she picks up the bat again, and this is where you're, as Chloe, you can just like go around the junkyard and just smash up a bunch of stuff. You just smash up stuff, which also you can smash up like some bottles, which I'm pretty sure is an inside joke for all the fans of the original game that hated finding the bottles. So Deck 9 put in a section where you're smashing bottles, which is kind of funny. But in any case, there's like 3 main things that you have to smash here to progress, and that is a mannequin that you can smash the head off, which even Chloe says like who these things represent that she's smashing, and this mannequin is supposed to be Rachel. And then you have like this this crate of stuff that you can knock over, and you even saw it in the trailer, like this camera falls out of it, and then you could smash that, which obviously is a reference to Max, which Chloe even says. And then there's a toolbox that you could throw, which is a reference to David, because you had to go get like a tool set earlier when he was fixing the car to take you to school. So that's a reference to David. She throws that. Then she throws a couple of stuff, and then Chloe goes in a different direction. Tries to hit this pickup truck that's in the junkyard. And if you're very observant and look at the pickup truck, if you played the original game, it's very obvious that this is gonna be the pickup truck that she winds up driving in the original game. But we haven't gotten there yet. We just see it very subtly. Like the camera doesn't linger on it. It's just something that you notice. Well, Chloe is interacting with it because she tries to like hit the back door of it for the truck bed. She tries to hit it. It doesn't go up all the way, and then she like grabs it and like closes it so she can move past the pickup truck. So she moves past it. She's trying to look for something to smash, and then she turns around and she looks, and then she just stops in place. And then she just drops the bat. And then she just, I wish she didn't say this, but she says dad. And then the camera cuts to a car that's clearly William's car with the driver's side smashed in. Kind of like a truck that smashed in the side. Like, I wish she didn't say dad. I wish she was, like, just in shock and silent the whole time. And then the camera just cuts to the car, and then you just stay silent. And then the player, it's up to the player to put together, you know, that is William's car, and that's why Chloe's acting the way she is as soon as she saw it. So in any case, she slowly moves towards the car. She puts her hands on the hood of the car. And then this is when you get the option to like aggressively like pound on the car. Like with both fish, you do that a couple of times, while Chloe is just crying and bawling and stuff and just doing that. And then after a while, Chloe just like stops, just falls over in front of the car and is in a, like a crying fetal position in front of the car. Really good scene, really emotional scene. As I said, I just wish she didn't say the dad thing and just let the audience figure it out instead of blatantly telling them. But what can I say? I like the more thinking for the drama instead of blatantly telling you the drama. But anyway, it cuts to black, and then you're back in Chloe's dream. Which she's back in the car of William. She's back in the car, and she's pretty much like distraught. This time in William's car, like there's some freaky like stuff going on. Where William is kind of fading in and out between William and David, like it's kind of like he's like flickering. And there's some stuff that you interact with in the car that kind of like changes up a little bit. It's kind of weird. But in any case, Chloe just is pretty much depressed at this point, and she's like, Dad, I know you're not real, none of this is real, and like all that stuff. And meanwhile, William is like, hey, look on the bright side, you made a friend today, and stuff. And Chloe's like, well, yeah, I just ruined it. If you did go the romantic route with Rachel, William will in this scene will actually say like, hey, she nearly took your head off. Like almost like a lover's quarrel, you might say. Which Chloe kind of like brushes it off. And then meanwhile, when William says that you met a new friend, the car is moving down the road, but it moves past, and you see Rachel walking up to the big tree that the man and woman was kissing in front of. So you see Rachel walking up to the tree, and she continues to stand there, and the car continues to like loop around. So the car just keeps driving past her. Like, keep going forward and just keeps looping. So William just goes like, but darling, sometimes people need you. Even when they don't want to admit it, they need you. And then he stops. He stops and points over, and that's when you see what was it? Rachel is now in front of the car. Well, in front of Chloe's side, where Chloe's sitting in the passenger seat, she's standing in front of it now. And then that's when Rachel puts her hand on the window, and then Chloe likewise puts her hand on the other side of the window. And then for whatever reason, Rachel just bursts into flames. So she just bursts into flames on fire for whatever reason. Which doesn't really affect Rachel because she's just staring back at Chloe the whole time. Like not reacting to the fact that she's on fire. But then again, all this is like a weird dream, so it doesn't really matter. It's just supposed to be very creepy. And then as Chloe's distracted by Rachel, that's when the truck comes in and hits the car again. And then when that happens, Chloe wakes up. And then when Chloe wakes up this time, she's waking up from being in the fetal position in the back of her father's wrecked car. So at some point, she curled up in the back of the car and slept there. Because at this point, it's like the middle of the night. It's sometime at night. So at this point, Chloe gets, wakes up, shakes it off a little bit, and then gets up and then goes to the train tracks to like walk back home, right? With the intent of walking back home, but then she sees this crow. Which this crow you've seen slightly before, if you're paying attention. But at this point, the crow becomes like kind of a little recurring symbolic thing that pops up frequently. Because it even starts popping up in the dream. So the crow starts flying in a different direction. So Chloe sees it, and then she ends up following where the crow is going. And it leads her to the tree, and Rachel is actually standing in front of the tree. Just like in her dream. So she gets there, she talks to Rachel, and Rachel's like, it was like, hey, despite what happened, I'm glad you're here, actually. And they both apologize to each other, like, hey, I was shitty, and Rachel's like I was shitty too, like apologizing. Rachel pretty much explains why she was so upset. And it turns out that the guy that was kissing the woman was her dad. And the woman was not her mom. So pretty much like she was just in shock and acting out at the fact that like I just saw my father like having an affair pretty much. So that's why she's upset. So she explains that she then pretty much explains, especially if you've been doing like impressive stuff around like doing like back talk stuff and things like that. Apparently the news of that gets back to Rachel, and she starts using that as examples of how much how impressed she is with you, and pretty much saying now how much she how much she likes you now. So if you're going down the romantic route, at this point now Rachel is pretty much like I'm on board now. Like I accept it now. So at this point it's the accepting of being a couple, and Rachel pulls out a picture of her and her dad when she was younger, and she asks Chloe to if she has a lighter, which obviously she does because we all know Chloe smokes, so clearly she's gonna be carrying a lighter. She hasn't spoken in front of Rachel, but I'm pretty sure she probably seen Chloe smoking on campus. But in any case, Chloe gives her the lighter. Rachel goes to a garbage can, burns the photo over the garbage can, and then drops the burning photo in the garbage. and the garbage is burning. Obviously, everything in it is burning. And then Chloe's like, all right, let's get out of here. And then, very upsettingly, Rachel winds up kicking the garbage can over. And when she kicks the garbage can over, the fire ends up spreading to the big tree. And obviously, by extension, it's going to be spreading over everything else in the park and spreading to like the rest of the forest area and shit. So she does that. And meanwhile, Chloe's in shock. And then Rachel is still upset, crying and stuff. And they're in front watching the tree burn. And then Rachel winds up screaming. And when she's screaming, for some reason, the wind, like, blows in from behind and is blowing towards the tree, pretty much igniting the fire even more. Because obviously, if you know, a lot of wind can spread wildfires around a lot. So she does that once. And then she screams again, and the wind does it again. Which, if you remember what I said before, that Chloe's, in the original game, Chloe's thinking that the tornado is somehow like Rachel's like vengeance or something. It's this scene in Before the Storm that kind of plays with that, and kind of maybe insinuating that Rachel may have like wind powers that she's not aware of. But the game doesn't confirm or deny any of that. Like, even the developers don't confirm or deny. Deck 9 has not confirmed or denied that that's exactly what it's supposed to be. So it's one of those things that you could kind of take either way. But obviously, even if she did have wind powers, it doesn't matter because she's not aware of it. So she can't use it on her own. And even if she's doing it here, she's not conscious of it. And the only reason it's happening is because she's in a very elevated emotional state. So it's a subconscious thing happening. If that was the case. Plus, even if it was the case, that still wouldn't save her from the Jefferson Nathan situation, because as we've learned with Max, when you're on drugs, your powers don't work. So even if Rachel did have powers, it wasn't going to be something that saves her because she was heavily drugged, so it wouldn't matter. But in any case, it's burning. You guys pretty much stand in front of the tree and watch it burn. And then from there, the ending montage plays. And in the ending montage, you see like the different characters, what they're doing. And as you're seeing what they're doing, they're also seeing the fire like spreading. Like they could see the fire like in the forest line. Like the forest on fire. Like they could see it from the school and like stuff like that. Cause you see Nathan, but he doesn't give a shit about the fire. You see Steph, Mikey, and Drew like hanging out together, and then they notice the fire and they're staring at the fire. You see Joyce and David reacting to the fire. You see Frank reacting to the fire. along with some guy that's on the phone with um, like next to Frank. So what that guy has to do with anything is kind of like kind of foreshadowing some stuff to come. And then you see Rachel's dad with Principal Wells and a police officer, and Rachel's dad pretty much giving the police officer a picture of Rachel because you and Chloe and Rachel's been gone for so long that they think that Rachel's dad thinks like Rachel's missing, so hence the police officer. And then you get a really cool shot where Rachel's dad looks up and you see like the burning forest in his eyes, which is pretty crazy. Really cool shot. And then you see, and then the last shot you see is, you see the crow is like flying around, but you also see the woman that Rachel's dad was kissing. You see her sitting on she's sitting on like a chair, a bench or something, but she's sitting on a thing and overlooking like the fire that's going on, and you see her sitting there and she's smoking a cigarette, and then you see her kind of snicker, and then like it closes up on her mouth as she's finishing taking a puff of the cigarette, and then you see her like snicker a little bit and also blow the like the smoke out of her mouth. But and then the episode ends, and then it cuts to credits and whatnot. Yet again, the song choice here is really good. Like it's more songs of daughter and whatnot. So the music here is amazing. So that's how that goes. So, considering Rachel's introduction, how Rachel was handled, Kylie Brown's performance as Rachel, her bringing vocally and whatnot, bringing Rachel to life and bringing that personality and stuff alive, really good, because she was one of the biggest things, as I said, that was gonna make this game work or not, was gonna be Rachel. So glad to see that it's working. But yeah. So with that, with everything that happened, what am I gonna give? Before the Storm. I'm gonna give. I'll give Before the Storm a lower end of A. Only because the little rush into the relationship a little bit with Chloe and Rachel. Like that's that's the biggest issue, is because of how much time. Ooh. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yes. Yes, I have. I have played all of them. I have played all of them. Every single one that's on this. Every single one that's on the list here. uh, uh, but yeah, have you played all of them? Uh, yeah. How about But yeah, how about But yeah, that's the biggest issue uh that I have with the first episode of Before the Storm is just the little rushed aspect of it, which as I said, I could forgive because of the fact of how much little time they have. Cause when you're only dealing with 3 episodes, you gotta kind of get to the point um, quick. But to be fair, even though they were getting there pretty quickly, they still had a lot of good moments with of uh, of Chloe and Rachel. There was a lot of good back and forth between the two. They were together for the vast majority of the episode, so they were able to be together more. Because I think that's something that Deck Nine really wanted to improve more on, as opposed to the original game, where um, I try to. It depends on it depends on what happens and what I have to do during the course of the day. Like if I have enough free time and whatnot in the day, then I generally do work in uh, I do work in like a stream uh, throughout the day. If I could fit in the time, then I do it. That's pretty much how that works. Um, um, I've done some others. I've done a couple of other games already. Cause I archive the games I've done on my YouTube channel. Cause I have my YouTube channel linked in my channel description here. So I have my YouTube channel and I have all the games and stuff that I've done on there. Um, so if you can see right now, I'm also in the middle of playing Mass Effect Andromeda. So right now I'm kind of doing trying to since Andromeda is taking a while, I'm kind of like going back and forth to try to keep things from getting too stale. So so I do intend to go back to Andromeda and finish that out. Uh, but yeah, I'm in the middle of Mass Effect Andromeda. I did all the original 3 Mass Effect games. I did that already. And I've streamed all of the Life is Strange stuff. I've done all of those. and I've done what was it? A Plague Tale, the Plague Tale games. I've done both of those. Lollipop Chainsaw and Shadows of the Damned. I believe that's all the games I've done so far. Oh, cool. Oh, all right. Ooh. Um, I use my PC to like capture the games and stuff, but I primarily play on a console. Mainly because I don't have the I don't have the funds and resources to manage, like, you know, having a computer and then upgrading the computer, like upgrading the parts and things like that. Like I don't have the patience and the time to do all that. So I strictly like stick to consoles pretty much. Oh yeah, this logo is in the description. I have the credits and stuff. But yeah, helped me design the logo. So I gave them the like the idea that I was going for the logo, and then they put those ideas together, and then they were this was the logo they were able to come up with for me. So I think it turned out pretty good. Like I was pretty happy with it, because we spent some good time on it to get it right. Um, that I do know about. Like I know another friend of mine talked to me about it, but right now I have like other obligations that I have to take care of. So once I take care of those, then I'll look into doing that stuff. Yes, I do. I think I have it. Don't I think I have a? Do I have the Discord linked in my profile? I think I have it linked on my profile. Did I link it on my profile? I think I did. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull up my Discord. Let me see. Hmm. Hopefully it hasn't timed me out. Oh, that sucks. I thought I did put it in there. Either way, um, either way, let me send you. Let me see. Where's the? Oh, here we go. Let me see. Where was it? Oh, okay, there it is. Let me make sure I spelled this right. Um, I already finished up school. Uh, I work every now and then, but primarily I take care of my parents primarily. Okay, I just sent the friend request. Let me know if you get it, cause I sent it. Oh, nice. What's your uh that's cool. What you're studying, if you don't mind me asking what you're studying for? Oh, computer science. Cool. That is that is not bad. Mm, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday. Yeah. Mm. Oh, what's my favorite subject? uh, this is gonna sound extremely nerdy, by the way. Uh, growing up, actually, my which is still my favorite subject. I really like. I was a big history guy. Like I really liked history. But yeah, so yeah, since I was in so pretty much history. Pretty much history is my favorite subject. I really liked history. uh, but yeah, in any case, let me so in recap, we got so we put the first episode of Before the Storm in the A category. So next time we'll see if we'll see what the next couple of episodes of Before the Storm where they fall. So for right now, so this is what it's looking at right now, and then just to recap, um, this is where the soundtracks fell. So this is where all the music for the games fell. So we've already gone over the music. So this is where the music was. And this is where the episodes are so far. But yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to get even deeper, especially since the original game was so. We took a while on the original game because I definitely had a lot to say about the original game because the original game is so is so good, so good for me. So now that we've moved past it, now we can get into the other ones, and some of the other ones are a little more straightforward, so we should be able to get through those a lot more quicker. So yeah, so with that, I will sign off. Um, and as always, JR here, and I will catch you all in the next one. Later.